You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. So let's see what's making front page news today in The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and Guardian newspaper. And on today's newspaper review, we have our in-house analyst, Mr. Chris Aniborgo, joining us on today's show. Welcome, Mr. Chris.
Hello, Deborah. Good to
Nice
be
having
with
you once again.
It's my pleasure.
Mr. Chris, how's your weekend?
It was fine. There was really no weekend.
Really?
Yeah,
But it's always good to see you on Sunrise.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving over to our newspaper headlines. Now in the Nation headlines, we have troops hit terrorists in the nationwide crackdown. And over to the Punch headlines, we have Accountant General plots to preempt Supreme Court set to pay Osun local government funds to court-sacked APC chairman, councillors, and ULGE cries out. And then over to the Vanguard headlines, we have Dangote and Nupeng face off. FG moves to avert nationwide strike. And lastly, in the Guardian headlines, we have National Grid faces 5.6 trillion naira revenue loss as premium customers exit. Now back to the Nation headlines. It says, troops hit terrorists in the nationwide crackdown. And the news report is saying that security forces have launched a major crackdown against terrorists across the country, hitting multiple targets to curb insecurity, which means troops are carrying out raids, strikes, and coordinated attacks on terrorist hideouts, camps, and supply routes. And this aim is to dismantle their networks, reduce their strength, and restore security in communities affected by violence. Now, my question is, Uche, do you think these crackdowns will actually bring lasting peace, or what do you think the government can do to ensure that there's less of insecurity? As you know, we're always facing kidnapping, killings, all this, let's just say all these insecurities in the country. Now, what do you think the government can do to bring this down?
All right. Thank you. There are lots of things government can do and will do to see to it that the crisis, security crisis, insecurity would be handled to the barest minimum, right? Talking about ending it is not possible. You always have insecurity. But what we'll talk about is reducing it to the barest minimum. So asking of what government can do, yes, there are a lot of things they can do. But kudos to our military on this success. But at the back of this success alone, you wouldn't bank on it to see that insecurity across the nation is curbed by this one fair shot, right? So, but when we come to it, there are lots of things to speak to. However, Mr. Chris,
Yes.
we're talking about insecurity in Nigeria. Amid the Nation news headline, he said troops hit terrorists in nationwide crackdown. We are witnessing success. The military, Nigerian security forces are celebrating. Like she did ask, what's your view of this? Considering that despite this success, we're still aware of killings in Borno.
Well, the troops have always been decimating the terrorists, the bandits, the insurgents, so to say. Well, maybe this may be a major breakthrough, but then I don't know why much is being talked about this very particular success, because I know if the members of the Nigerian military force, not just the military force alone, because we also have some other security sister agencies. We also have the joint task force where you have some civilians as volunteers, you know,
The JTF.
helping to assist the military forces in combating this insecurity situation across the country, especially in the northern part of the country. But then I know that we've always recorded success, even not for the successes. Believe you me, there are a lot of communities would have been overrun by now, because we are not just dealing with a regular warfare situation. This time around, you're dealing with people who are not even identified. people who are faceless, people who live among the communities. They live in the communities. They are part and parcel of the society. But yet you don't know who your enemy is. But then we have our security men and security forces who can easily be identified. They're always on their uniforms. When you see a military man out there, you know that he's a security person. But then the enemies they are at war against are faceless. You understand? So it's not a normal conventional warfare. This time around, you're dealing with an unknown enemy. So that over time, I just want to give kudos to our security forces because if not for their
Yes.
expertise, professionalism, because Nigerian military force happens to be the best in Africa, and if not even outside Africa. So I'll give it to them any day, anytime. So if not for the successes they've recorded over time, believe you me, that we would have been overrun by this time around.
All right, Mr.
We're
Chris.
dealing with Boko Haram, we're dealing with a lot of them, a lot of
Bandits,
them,
And
bandits, take
headsmen too.
a
rowers,
lot of
herdsmen,
them.
and
You
all that.
understand?
Chris, yes, kudos to them. Talking about being known soldiers, because we can identify them, the people they fight are in guerrilla warfare. However, at the back of the Nation newspaper, they are celebrating their success across the nation. When you go into it, you see that the spokesman was speaking to the success in the north, in the southeast, and in the south-south. So it's holistic. However, like you did point out, if not for our soldiers, we would have been overrun. However, pointing to being unknown, you see, when you asked your question, I say we'll come into it later because as we begin to speak, a lot of things begin to unfold. Because insecurity in Nigeria, talking about the military, yes, kudos to them. This was the military, the ECOMOG soldiers that has been known all of Africa to stabilize Liberia, go to Congo. Our stories across Africa is told, but the war in Nigeria, the security crisis in Nigeria, seems insurmountable despite these successes. However, I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Chris, something. The governor of Zamfara recently cried out. He said, we know where these bandits are. We know where these terrorists are. We know them. But they lack the capacity. He doesn't have control. They don't have the resources to control the military, control the police, to go after them. Then, when you go forward, if you listen to former governor of Sokoto State, Alhaji Senator Tamboa, he, reminiscing when he was the governor of Sokoto State, said that they know where these bandits were. They knew where Boko Haram was. That they could dismiss them if they have access to prompt security answer to their call. In his case, that he even gave over 600 vehicles to the security agencies to see that crime, insecurity is curbed. But he, as a sitting governor, didn't have control over the IG or the commissioner of police in his state, the brigadier commander in his state, right? So, Mr. Chris, you begin to see that this issue of insecurity the buck doesn't stop with our military. There is deficiency in our system. Don't you agree?
Well, the fact remains that talking about the challenges, bedeviling security architecture, security network. Yes, of course, we understand that the subnationals, that's talking about the states,
Yeah.
are really not empowered constitutionally uh, to be outrightly in charge of our security architecture because you just have one command and control, framework where the federal government is only in charge. You have one IG seated in Abuja, superintending over 36 states of the federation. You have one command and control center in Abuja for the military forces. Yes, we know all of these things, but then also we also understand that the various governors also have the description attached to their position as the chief security officers of the various states.
Mr. Chris.
And then also,
Mr. Chris.
excuse me, and then also, you also understand that there is a monthly budgetary allocation of what is called security vote,
Yes.
voted to the various state governors. So the question is, how much is the security vote of every state? And what is this security vote being used for by these various governors? Once in a while you see where governors now go out of their way to donate some utility vehicles, operational vehicles, sometimes trying to empower the security personnel. Yes, of course. We understand all of those challenges, those hiccups within the network.
Yeah.
But still, we expect more from the subnational leaders. The
Okay.
governors have enormous resources available. The Constitution has not empowered states to now begin to operate state police. The president the other day just gave a nod when the team from Katsina State came to pay him courtesy call at the presidential villa.
Okay.
He said, yes, he's now going to give room for the state police to take effect. But until that happens, who could as well use the resources available, as governors? I get to the point. To motivate these men at the war front. It's not just a thing that should be left for the federal government alone. We understand there is corruption in the process as well. There is corruption because if you look at the number of, how do I put it? The amount of money that has been spent over time. Let's take it from the time of the former administration under President Muhammadu Buhari of lesser memory now. Nigeria has spent a lot, huge resources, financial resources, you know, trying to take care of the military force. But then at the end of the day, these resources, you don't see them, telling in the lives of the troops, of the men at war. Sometimes we will see videos making us where these military men complain that they don't have access to potable water. I mean, water. They even go for days without food.
That's bad.
Are you getting the point? Yet they make their sacrifice. So by the states where we have these insurgency, boundary, terrorism taking sway, these state governors should be able to galvanize resources enough and motivate these men.
All right.
Other than just leave it for the federal government and say, we don't have control over them. Yes, we know you don't have control, but it's work in progress.
All right, Chris, Mr. Chris, not holding forth for the state governors and talking about providing incentive. Security, national security, is on the exclusive of the federal. However, like you did point out, there is security votes, and they provide logistics, vehicles, and others. But they've always complained about responsiveness. Like you did point out, orders would always come from above. Then, within that period, all the governors have complained that they lose. By the time order arrives, the terrorists, the bandits may have relocated and they finish carrying out their heinous activities. Having said all this, Chris, my question now is, don't you think that it's time for state policing?
Yes, of course. Of course. Every right-thinking Nigerian who actually wants the best for this country, security-wise, must give thumbs up to state police. In fact, that's the next way to go if we are really serious about fighting insecurity. Apologies, with due respect, but then we understand that the previous administration under the late President Muhammadu Buhari, to an extent, gave Nigerians the impression that they had this soft spot, sympathy for these persons. You understand? Because by the time you check what happened in places like Benue in the last administration, where the governor was even shouting and crying and talking about Autumn himself, crying out that the federal government is not responding to his calls for security. And then you see the federal government saying, they are not aware. The same federal government we saw said they were opening up the borders to allow people from elsewhere to come in freely. You understand? Still in that same last administration, we saw where we were told that some terrorists have repented.
Okay.
They said repented terrorists. So now we need to absorb them into
our military.
And then we started pushing them into the military force. Hello. But all that is gone. The current administration under Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I don't think, has that bureaucratic bottlenecks attached to the command and control. I don't think so.
All
So
right.
for the president to have said, okay, we need to think towards state police, I think it's a welcome idea. But then the National Assembly need to step it up.
Okay.
We need to go to the Constitution to amend that part of the Constitution that solely, as you pointed out, solely reserves everything about security in the exclusive list for the federal
True
government.
government.
No, it's not just a thing for the national government alone. The states need to take charge of the security of their area. Because aside whether we like it or not, politics, they say, is local. Security is even more local. Yes, because it's unfortunate we no longer value our traditional system where we have the traditional rulers who are supposed to be the number one chief secretaries of their communities. Like in the past before the white men came, if you go back to history, you come to understand that during the Igbo pre-colonial era,
Okay.
our youth were meaningfully engaged as the police of the society using the age grade system. Yes. So every traditional ruler must make it a point of call to ensure that whoever comes into his community, he has to know. Whoever is living, he has to know. You get the point? And then that should be taken on to the local government level and then to the state level. So state governments should be allowed to run a security operation guarding their various states with the resources available to them because states now are empowered more.
All
A lot
right.
of money now flows. I don't know if you want us to go there.
All right, it's all right. Speaking to the Igbo pre-colonial system, that's a very nice one you pointed out there. I think we should look back to history. That even like you pointed out, the youths participated in security.
That's right.
And it's obvious that even communities that were not able to provide their security rented, which is why when you go to pre-colonial Igbo history, you see the arrows, the arrow chuku, being in almost every community where you find the Igbos, because they were the warriors at that time, and communities that were unable to secure themselves, when they have battles, wars, they rented, yes, they hired the arrows to fight their battles, which is why you see the arrows almost in every community in Igbo land. However, that's for pre-colonial history. Mr. Chris, thank you very much. Then on this issue, we summarize by thanking our security forces. Thank you for the work you do. We pray you keep on at it. More success, more victory on the way, little step by step. Insurgency, terrorism will be a thing of the past. Then asking of what government or what can be done to curb insecurity to the barest minimum. Like Mr. Chris D pointed out, we should rid the system of corruption. Then provide manpower. We will see that our security forces, the police, lack adequate manpower. It's been projected that for a population of over 200 million persons that we are under-policed. So something should be done about manpower. Then provision of equipment is very important in this era of technology. Our security forces, our government should see to it that equipment, AI tools, should be deployed, at least to man the borders, area surveillance, and then we've seen the use of drones in this warfare to preserve the loss of manpower in battlefields. Then, most importantly, we'll talk about security welfare, about the welfare of our soldiers, of our men who are in the battlefronts. They should be well remunerated, well taken care of. In fact, people have called that they should be insured. And then we plead that the federal government, the Senate, should look into the issue of state policing. We are aware that the 36 state speakers and the governors have submitted their reports and are favorably disposed to state policing. So, having said all that, we move on to other issues.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we'll be moving over to the Vanguard headline, which says Dangote and Nupeng face off. FG moves to avert nationwide strike. A dispute between Dangote Group and Nupeng Oil Workers Union has escalated, with the federal government stepping in to prevent a strike that could disrupt the oil sector.
All right, Mr. Chris, welcome to Nigeria.
Strike.
Yeah.
Well, it's become a national anthem in this country anyway. I think the oil sector, which has become, our breadwinner in Nigeria, because that's where we solely rely and depend on, if not for recent time where we now see the government think outside the box of looking at how we begin to explore other mineral resources, especially the solid minerals we have in this country, to see how much we can break in, from that angle. Otherwise, the oil sector has played host to the Nigerian economy, being, our main source of livelihood. But then, what we had always done with the oil sector from the word go, from the moment we discovered oil in Nigeria, is laughable. It's laughable because this is one country that is really endowed with oil resources. It's not just oil in the south. Now we are even beginning to talk about oil exploration now in some parts of the north.
Okay.
Yeah, surprisingly so. The last administration under Mohamed Buhari actually made efforts at discovering oil resources in some parts of northern Nigeria. So you can see that the land Nigeria is richly blessed with oil resources. Now, what have we been able to do with these oil resources at our disposal? I think that's where the father of corruption lies. If I have to ask you, you are journalists, what has become of the immediate past CEO of the NNPC? Kiari, where is he? How did they? Nobody knows where he's moving. The last we heard of him, they said he was somewhere in the United States. Doing what? How come since the military were able to give us up to 4 refineries in Nigeria, we are still struggling with maintaining one out of the 4? To the point that at some point in time in our history, Nigeria will export crude oil. We export our crude to other countries. They will do the refining for us. And then we import back by paying. Okay? By paying. But then the question you ask yourself is, the other value chain products are attached to the crude oil, because we just sell off crude. But in the process of refining, you come to see that there are other products inherent in that crude. It's not just the refined petrol that we now import back. I don't know if you understand my point.
Yeah.
There are other products that could be gotten in the process of refining crude. But we sell the crude out and buy the refined products, losing the other products and what we should have gotten as resources from these other products. So all attributed to corruption. Down the line, we talked about fuel subsidy. And for several years, we saw a country that was paying hugely for subsidy. So we subsidized the cost of importing back these refined oil products to the country. Now, we have Bola Metil who has come in to say fuel subsidy gone. Whether we like the manner in which the announcement came, the modus operandi with which they executed it, whether we like it or not, but the truth of the matter is that he said it was gone. So the expectation all along have been, let that sector become revived, revitalized, so the Nigerians could smile to the filling stations, buy the refined products at a very cheap cost, not minding what the global market price, may be, but then as an oil-producing nation, we should be compared to nations like Qatar. Where are they? Where are these oil-producing countries where the citizens boast of buying fuel at a very cheap rate? Not at the level we are buying it now. And then look at what the headline just saying. Depend on the threat of another strike. You know what that happens? What will happen if that happens? Okay. Of course, you and I will go to the filling station, and the normal usual queue will return.
Okay.
Because there won't be availability of these products anymore in the filling stations.
The
The filling
price.
stations that want to sell are going to sell at a very exorbitant rate to Nigerians. Black market, racketeering business will start being on the high. And at the end of the day, Nigerians are going to smell smoke for it. So we appeal to the federal government. Whatever thing they can do to ensure that NUPEN doesn't go on this strike, please could they do it for the sake of poor, ordinary Nigerians? Look at the cost of food items in the market. Because from the farmland, the farmer has to transport his goods to the market, to the school. So if the cost of transportation is on the high, you don't expect that the cost of food products will be cheap. So it has a long-run effect on the prices of commodities in the market. But if the cost of transportation is cheap, then of course we expect that food prices will be cheaper.
Yes, that's true.
Do you understand? I think it's high time the federal government takes a proper look into that oil sector and know that this sector controls virtually every other segment of our society, of our national life. And please, could we stop playing politics with the oil sector?
All right, well said. Now, bringing context or additional info on this headline, you know that, yes, like Mr. Chris did point out, our oil sector has been fraught with a lot of issues, corruption, and all whatnot. However, this time around, this battle, for the first time, is not between an agency and the federal government. In fact, in this case, the federal government is the mediator. This NUPENG versus a private investor in the oil sector. Now, what is NUPENG asking for? You would remember that Dangote imported over 4,000 CNG buses, which would have been operating by now, if not for logistics issues. 4,000 CNG trucks. Now, what's the bone of contention? NUPENG is contending that Dangote, through Alhaji Sayu Dantata, who is in charge of MRS, is recruiting for Dangote, is recruiting drivers to man these 4,000 trucks. And that the provision there is that they will not join any union. Now, the labor in sympathy with NUPENG has called on strike despite the intervention of the Minister of Labor to reconcile warring factions and then call for more dialogue. NUPENG has insisted that they are still keeping to their method, that the strike would go on as promised. Now, talking about the bone of contention, they've begun to cite parts of the Constitution that this attempt by Dangote that the drivers should not be unionized or should not join any association is an infringement on the rights of these drivers. That is against the Constitution, Section 40. And when you go further, that is against Labour Act and International Labour Organization Convention of 98 and 87, granting the right of the individual, of the worker, to associate freely and be part of a union. That if this is not checked, it will be a total infringement on their part. Then, at the other end, they are equally contending that with this development, that is going to cause a lot of issues, economic havoc for their members, that a lot of people would be affected from where they get their livelihood. Their livelihood will be affected. And then going forward, you will see that petroleum product retail outlet owners, the association has come out in support of NUPENG, that in as much as this strike continues, that they are going to down tools, that they will tell their workers not to come to work. In this case, Mr. Chris, it's not when we will queue up, you will see. This time around, the outlets will be shut down totally. So, but kudos to the federal government for their quick intervention, and we hope they continue to dialogue to see that these issues are resolved and resolved quickly. However, the question I want to raise here is, Dangote is a private citizen. Dangote is an investor. he has succeeded where our federal government, like Mr. Chris did point out, has failed. The military gave us refineries. The civilian government have come. They've failed to maintain. They've not built one. They've failed at maintaining. Now, an individual who has spent over $20 billion investment in the oil sector, private refinery, and now we are beginning to dictate to him how he wants to run his business. People are contending that this may deter other investors from coming into Nigeria. However, our call will be even to Dangote himself to equally take a step backwards, look at these issues critically, see how it will be resolved, and resolved quickly also. And then kudos to the federal government, like I did say, please see to it that this issue is resolved. Let the organized labor, let NUPENG and their subsidiary bodies, please shield your sword, go to the negotiating table. We believe at the negotiating table, issues will be resolved, and the nation will continue to enjoy the little availability of fuel we have. We've seen. For Dangote, I don't hold fault for them. What I feel is that he is looking for avenue, being the investor that he is, or in a capital system, wanting to maximize every profit available to see to it that his business flows. And like we did mention, please let this issue be resolved and resolved quickly.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And now we'll also be taking a look at our Punch headlines, which says, Accountant General plots to Supreme Court, set to pay Osun local government funds to court sacked APC chairman, councillors, NULGE cries out. Now, the Accountant General of the Federation, AGF, has been accused of making moves to preempt the decision of the Supreme Court concerning the control of local government funds in Osun State. And reports indicate that the AGF is preparing to release allocations to chairmen and councillors of the All Progressive Congress, APC, who were sacked by court rulings. Now, this move has sparked outrage from the Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees, NULGE, which is warning against what it describes as an attempt to undermine judicial authority and create fresh crises at the grassroots. I would like to know your thoughts on what the Punch headline is saying.
All right, talking about the Punch headline, the crisis in Osun State. You know, this issue had been on for some time. You would remember the arguments, the quarrel between the PDP-led government and the federal. Now, speaking to it, the Vanguard, they are insisting, the Accountant General, the Punch, the Accountant General wants to circumvent the court. This is an issue that is before the court and is assumed to be sub judice. So the Accountant General, in this case, wanting to move faster to pay local government directly without the court taking a decision on this matter, like I did mention, is sub judice. Now, my take in all this, despite the fact that we have to point out that it's the local government, the citizens that are suffering, because it's from this fund that local government workers will be paid. What you look at is the crisis, the economic crisis this engenders in this state. Because when you pay, when you release money, then it causes circulation. Families are able to go to market, purchase, and it continues to circulate. This crisis, as it continues this way, I will tell you, will continue to affect mainly the citizens. Then that begins to raise questions about the rule of law in Nigeria. Why would Accountant General want to release these funds now? Okay, an election has been conducted. APC chairmen have taken over, but it's subject to litigation. Why not, since you've had this fund this far, why not wait till the Supreme Court gives a ruling on this? We'll know the direction to follow, instead of trying to play a fast one and preempt the court. My take, I even look further. I don't expect issues like this in this government. Being that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, while he was in office, suffered the same fate under President Olusegun Obasanjo. Funds were withheld. They went to court. Later, court ruled that those funds should be released, that the federal government who is holding those funds were illegal, and that the money belongs to the Lagos state, right? So, being that this president who has gone through this, one wouldn't expect that this same thing will happen under his watch. Like I did mention, for me, what I'm after here is the issue of rule of law. Why is it difficult for us to follow the rule of law? That's the the least required of us, of government officials. Subject yourself to rule of law. This issue is sub judice. Then, in this case, it is expected that every party should hold on till the court gives their ruling. But as we've witnessed over time, it seems that the executive controls everything. They don't even mind the pronouncement of the judiciary. What if after releasing this fund, and then the Supreme Court sits and says that releasing such funds to an APC-led local government chairman, you understand, is an aberration and against the Constitution? Then what now happens? Mr. Chris.
Well, for us here, everything is all about politics. It's just all about politics. And politics, the last one I checked, is all about a game of interest. So whenever a particular situation seems to favor whoever, calls the shots, then we swing towards that direction. I'm talking about rule of law. Do we really have rule of law in this climate? One will look at the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and say, yes, he is a Democrat because he has paid his dues in ensuring that we attain the democracy, especially coming from June 1993 elections, where he was able to galvanize, especially Nadeko and the rest of them, to stand up against the deposition of the military junta, then won all that June 12, 1993 elections. From there, he went into exile and later returned, to launch his political campaigns that saw him into government as a governor. So one ordinarily will look at him and say, this is a core Democrat. But I must have to tell you the truth that looking at what has transpired in some certain quarters under this current administration in these past 2 years, we now begin to raise certain eyebrows around how democratic is their president at the moment, because what is happening in Osun State could be likened to what we saw happen in Rivers, where the sitting governor then, who was later suspended, talking about from Laya Fubara, was accused of releasing funds to the local government, which he organized the elections. Now we see where elections have been reorganized again in the same Rivers, because the Supreme Court's ruling alongside the Accountant General's position was that he didn't go through normal democratic processes. So what then is happening in Osun State is the question. Why would the Accountant General of the Federation of the Nation want to preempt the Supreme Court ruling and position on what is going on with the local government system and administration, especially with funding in Osun State? Osun State, we understand, is an opposition to the federal government party. Osun State is led by PDP. The governor is still part of PDP, even though the body language is beginning to suggest that just maybe he may be joining others too in that lineup of defection. But we are yet to see that happen. For today, he's still in PDP. So he's seen as an opposition to the APC government. So why are we making all efforts of saying that APC takes over the grassroots by manning the various local government administrative offices there? And because there was quarrel, from quarrel it metamorphosed into very serious, huge political crisis, Well, we even saw where lives were lost at some point in time. And then you had to freeze the accounts. You had to freeze the accounts. Do you know that at some point, the governor and his niece, his niece or nephew now, Davido, the artist, the musician, had to use their personal fund to pay the salaries of local government workers in Osun State? Yes. And yet we have a democratically elected, you know, process in Nigeria led by Mr. President. So for the accountant general, they are just merely playing politics. They want to favor the APC because it's their party. Well, the moment we decide to politicize everything in this country, then nothing is going to work, nothing is going to be organized, nothing is going to have a pattern, and it is not healthy for democracy. If indeed what we say we are practicing is democracy.
Okay.
Yes, of course. So allow the Supreme Court take its position. NOG is crying now. That's the National Union of Local Government Employees. That's the union, for the local government employees. They are crying out. But I think they should do more than just crying out. They should fight. We expect to see NOG get down tools. We expect to see NOG organize massive protests across Nigeria because for one to be injured, every other person, I think that's where the solidarity chant goes. Infringing upon the rights of one worker, I think every other worker should see himself equally to be involved because it is solidarity. So we expect to see the National Union, NOGE, across Nigeria, based on protest, against what is happening in Osun State. But that's just my take on it.
All right. Having said all that, we on Sunrise this morning call on the federal government to please consider the citizens, the Nolge, the councillors, the citizens of Osun State. See to it that this issue is resolved and resolved to in favor of the citizens. However, since this issue is subject to litigation, we'll call on all parties involved to submit themselves to the rule of law. Let the process take effect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And still taking a headline on the Punch newspaper, where we have Natasha to resume Senate after London trip. And then Senator Natasha, who is the Senate of Kogi State under the PDP platform. We've seen that she had a battle with the PDP, the Senate president. So the report says that Senator Natasha Akpoti of Kogi State is set to return to the National Assembly later this month after completing her 6-month suspension. And her lawyer has confirmed that she had been on vacation in London, but plans are already in place for her to rejoin plenary section when the Senate reconvenes on September this month.
All right, that's a very good one. However, I would want to throw this back at you concerning the issue involved here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about the issue of abuse, allegedly, for which they are in court. The Senate president is denying the allegation. Then, Natasha herself is not backing down. She insists, and we don't know how this, though we've seen the first ruling, which compels the National Assembly, the Senate, that they overreached their bound by suspending her for this long, for which they've gone to court. It's not, at this point, it wasn't even the National Assembly that first went to court to challenge that ruling. It was an individual, not the National Assembly, in this case, speaking to the rule of law, submission to the rule of law. It was an individual that went to challenge the ruling that says that the National Assembly overreached itself by suspending her that long, citing equally the case of Ali Ndume as well. So you see there are precedents to this. And then when she did try to resume, we saw what happened. They were denied entrance. But at this point in time, the period has elapsed, and we know that this issue is still subject to litigation. However, the point I would want us to speak to this morning, Mr. Chris, is to abuse of office, abuse, gender issues, the role of women to participate in public life. And then given the opportunity for fair hearing.
Okay, the truth of the matter is this Senator, distinguished Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan's matter with the Nigerian Senate, as a matter of fact, um, I actually would always want to, hold my peace on this matter because it's a very controversial one. Yes, of course. I just do not key into the line of uh, that begins to cry foul once a woman is involved in any national matter. Yes, of course, because I don't believe in sympathy. I rather believe in empathy.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, because Natasha is a woman, so is that what we are looking at it? Like she should have her way. Hello? She should have her way just because she's a woman. So I see her as a senator, just like any other senator. There are 109 of them in the Senate. So whether you're a woman, you're a man, I see you as a senator. I do not think there's any difference between a male senator and a female senator. If you have issues, you face it headlong as a senator. So yes, we understand the crisis that erupted between her and the Senate president. Some other senators in the past have had certain similar issues as well. Even the Senate president himself, before he became the Senate president, I'm talking of Godswill Akpabio, I know he had issues during the 8th Senate when we had Bukola Saraki as the Senate president. He had the issue of his sitting position being,
Yes,
relocated.
yes.
He cried out and all of that. So I do not think that what has happened, Natasha, is just because she's a woman and then we're not being gender sensitive and whatever. But all of that, the matter went to court, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, the court gave its ruling. But then something happened. The Nigerian Senate said they were yet to be issued what do you call it? True certified copy of the court
judgment.
ruling.
Yeah.
So why didn't the court release the true
No,
certified?
as at that time,
Uh-huh.
for which they later got, and
When did they get it? They were yet to get it when Natasha said she was going to be resuming. Yes. So the more we talk about rule of law, I still see the Nigerian judiciary complicating issues and matters,
Okay.
especially when we are dealing with controversial issues. Because the ruling, well, let's not go into all these judicial things, but if you listen, if you really thoroughly read in between the lines of that court ruling, you come to see that the court was trying to make a suggestion to the National Assembly to reconsider its grounds that the length of the suspension was just too long. Are you getting the point?
yes.
So the Natasha has not resumed, but the period the Senate suspended has elapsed. It's just like what has happened with Rivers. You suspended the governor for 6 months, and you said you've done reconciliation, and you want to bring the governor back on certain terms and conditions.
Okay.
But the governor has just served out his 6 months.
All right.
And then the case is in court, and court has not said anything.
Yes, yes.
The court is yet to make any pronouncement on Rivers State matter. And you suspend the governor, I just served out his 6 months. So if he resumes, is that when the court is going to speak out?
At the end of the order may be an academic exercise.
So my brother, I like to just hold my reserve
All right.
when issues like this come up.
All
It's
right.
too controversial.
All right. Having said that, on sunrise, our position is that elected officials, the federal government, Nigerian citizens should and always submit themselves to the rule of law. Let the law take its due course. And then we would solicit, for the sake of the indigenes of Kogi State, for which Senator Natasha Akpoti represents, should equally be considered, being that for these past 6 months, they've been without representation. They've lost a lot. They should be considered in this situation, that when she returns, everyone should shield their swords, let her resume take her position, and then continue to represent the good people of Kogi Central. On that note, would bring the issue on the Punch to a close.
Yes, and then we'll be taking a look at the word, the news making that has been around the world concerning the UK Deputy Prime Minister, which is Angela Rayner, who resigned over property taxes without any complaint. Okay, there was a complaint where she overtaxed properties, right?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
purchased property and she didn't remit the proper tax.
Okay.
Yes, and then she was able to save about £40,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And then the issue is like, in a country like Nigeria, if I'm rightly speaking,
Yeah.
her willingness to resign, even though it's not her
If
fault,
that would have been replicated in Nigeria, right?
If it's something that can just happen
In
in Nigeria
Nigeria,
without any dragging, any story saying, okay, I have 3 kids to take care of, I have children, I have all these things, without saying stories and just willingly resign. Do you think something like that could actually happen in this country?
That's a very smart move to point that out. You understand? Yes, the UK, they have their system, and all this has happened. She has willingly resigned. She has pointed out that she take full responsibility for her error. You understand? In her letter to the Prime Minister, she said, I take full responsibility for this error. So in her resignation letter to Kastema. And what does this tell you? An independent auditor was instituted to look into this matter, and the auditor has come out to say, yes, but her error, you understand, wasn't intentional, that she should have sought more advice on the matter. Do you understand? And then, for that reason, she has owned up, taking responsibility, and resigned. That what she didn't do it in bad faith, right? But the point, like you did point out here, to take from all this, bringing it home, would a Nigerian official resign? We were yet to see this in our climb. Taking note of the wider context, the African perspective, where we have sit-tight presidents, we are yet to see any official take responsibility, resign from government. The most we saw, if I want to bring it home, was when we had the issue with WAEC, right? Or JAMB, the glitch with JAMB. And the chairman came up publicly, remorsefully cried, apologized to Nigerians, but in this climate, nobody resigns. So if we are to be in Nigeria, we wouldn't have expected this to make the news. We wouldn't hear about it, right? It wouldn't have been an issue for a leader to resign, a leader of that height. She is the deputy prime minister, for crying out loud. You understand? And this is a career that has come to an abrupt full stop. Though she may play some roles from the sideline, but that career, as far as we are concerned, is practically come to a halt. Yeah. So like you did ask, we don't see such happen in this climb. It's yet to happen. Maybe in the new Nigeria, we may begin to witness that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And before we come to an end, I would like to say a big congratulations to the Super Eagles who scored against Rwanda, one 1-0, and currently they are in South Africa and waiting for the next
encounter, right? Yes. Kudos to the Super Eagles. The nation is hoping that you take them to 2026 World Cup. We don't want to see a heartbreak. Keep up at it. Do the nation proud. We expect more winnings in South Africa.
Yes, thank you very much. And please do not forget that you can grab any physical copies from your favorite vendor or catch the e-papers online. And then you can also tag us on our social feeds on Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 07030437110. And it's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. And it's always a pleasure to have you on our show each morning. And I'm Deborah Nwakaoba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Stay bold, be consistent, keep watching, Aneke TV. So we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba.
I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world. Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century, when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty, raw, radiant, and real. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty, raw, radiant, and real. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is a program where we x-ray the heartbeat of politics, issues, headlines shaping our nation. And in this program, we'll bring you expert analysts, policymakers, men, women who have seen it all, who have experienced it and are willing to share about it. And of course, remember on this program, your voice matters. Today on Insight, we'll have a special guest, Honorable Nick Ozonsi, former chairman of UDI local government area, an analyst and a chieftain of PDP in Enugu State. Honorable sir, you're welcome to the Insight.
Thank you. You're welcome too.
Thank you. So, Honorable, let's get right into it.
Okay.
There's little time left. What's your assessment of Governor Peter Mbah's administration in Enugu State, especially regarding development?
Okay, no doubt the administration of Peter Mbah, I think, has, created a pathway for assessing other administrations in Enugu State and even outside the state. The governor of Enugu State started very well by putting in place some infrastructural development, by ensuring that the projects abandoned by his predecessors are being taken up, by also trying to bring new innovations into the structural development and other things in Enugu State. Take, for instance, the governor took up the construction of Enugu State International Hospital, different of its kind in the east of the Niger. He took up the continuity, let me not say reconstruction, the continuity of the International Conference Center in Enugu State. He took up the building of a smart school in the entire states and all the local governments, all the wards, let me not say local government. I don't want to begin to talk about the transport hub, which you can see that the governor Mbah is really trying to alleviate the traffic and, of course, the transportation problem of people in Enugu State. Time will not permit me also to continue mentioning the other things like the modern Holy Ghost Motor Park. And there's some other, infrastructural development in different states, for instance, in different local government. For instance, you can see the rehabilitation of roads in Enugu State, the rebuilding of Soka modern markets and rest of others. There are many of them, and he's promised that after 180 days in Enugu State, that water will start running in every kitchen in Enugu State. Even if he has not achieved 100%, I think the government has achieved 50 to 60% of their promise. So, no doubt, the governor has actually tried to create an impression that truly government could be for the people and for the people.
All right, Honorable. You said he has achieved 60 to 70% of all that he promised.
I'm talking in terms of water matriculations in Enugu State.
All right, all right.
Okay.
Now, while we were talking, you mentioned the smart school,
Yes.
the bus terminal,
Yes.
bus transport system.
Yes.
For want of time, I would want to go direct to this.
Please
A
go
lot
ahead.
of people have accused the governor and his administration that most of his projects are elitist and not people-based.
Now, the most important thing is the aim and purpose of some of these projects. It does not matter whether it's elite-based or foreign-based. Any governor has the right to bring in any contractor or any person that I feel is capable of doing his project. But more importantly also, it benefits the citizenry or people of the state, if the projects are state, a contractor was given the smart schools in Enugu State to handle. And at the end of the day, stories started coming up that the contractor has run away with the money meant for that was budgeted for the smart school.
Sojimoto?
And if, yes, Sojimoto, yes. And eventually, he's not from Enugu State. I think he's either a Yoruba boy or I don't know where he came from.
Honorable,
Yes.
do you have issue with the contractor not being from Enugu?
That's what I said earlier before now. I said that I don't have a problem from where the contractor comes from, provided he can deliver. Are you getting me?
But in this case,
but if I'm allowed to choose, I will choose contractors because we have qualified engineers in Enugu State. I would have choose contractors from Enugu State. That will create more job opportunities for those who cannot get mere employment. Are you getting me? Right. So, but governor has chosen those he feel that they are comfortable. And you can now see the outcome where somebody has dwindled the government billions of naira and is now being declared wanted by the EFCC and even the state government. So I think the process is not, though the government meant well to ensure that these projects are being handled, but their system, their method of awarding this contract, to whom it was awarded, to how it was awarded, it has been on the air and all over Nigeria. People have been tongues have been wagging concerning the process of those, how these contracts were being awarded. Even though the governor had a good intention, but then the good is not good enough.
All right, Honorable.
Yeah.
You know, I'm rushing because of time, but before I will take you to other issues, bearing in mind what you say, speaking to the aim of the governor, analysts, intellectuals, indigenes of Enugu have argued that, for instance, the bus rapid transport system, the governor has embarked on and is working effectively, was equally embarked on by previous administration and collapsed. Don't you think that this is not the right way to go?
Now, like I said before now, the governor is first governor in Enugu State to take up the project, the abandoned project of his predecessors. Are you getting me? So, and it's working. The issue is not making starting off big projects in the state or gigantic projects. The problem is the problem of continuity, the problem of sustainability. Like if the governor goes out, will the oncoming government sustain these things he is doing, like the smart school? Another government could come and say, no, let's go back to the old system. Just like when we used to have Oriental Line, we used to have Enugu, which is then Anambra Enugu transport system. From there, we enter into Coal City. We have gone into different stages of transportation system in the state. Yeah. And today, they are all moribund. And of course, out of existence. Why? Because of sustainability. The government did not create room for sustaining some of this transportation system. It becomes in such a way that when the government goes, the program collapses. So I am praying that, like this one that the governor of Enugu State has started, hundreds of buses lined up in Okpara Square, and people were looking at them until they were brought into Holy Ghost Motor Park. There should be there should be a program to ensure that these projects are sustained, and not after the tenure of the governor, the project collapses. So that should be a very, very important thing, even if it will be enacted by the Enugu State House of Assembly. They should have means of sustaining every project. If not that the Peter Mba took up the issue of state presidential, that place will remain a den for thieves. If not that he took up that of an international conference center to accomplish it, it will remain a burial ground. And there are so many other things that government left, but some other government came up to resuscitate them. So I think it's very important when any project is to be embarked upon in the states, there should be an assurance that these projects, should have, a sustainable law or order, so that when the governor is not there, somebody can continue. I have people saying, smart school, smart school. By the time the governor goes, the smart school collapses. It's not a good thing. So the governor has a good intention to ensure that the Enugu State people have a new phase of, educational background. And it will be a good thing for another government to come to sustain. It does not mean whether you are a fan or a close friend of Peter Mba. But once it's a good thing in the state, we should all join hands together to sustain it.
All right. Honorable,
Yeah.
you're still in the PDP.
Yes, of course, I
And
am.
you're the coordinator of deputy coordinator
Yes.
of concerned PDP stakeholders in Enugu State.
Yes.
What is this about?
Yes, the concerned citizens of PDP in Enugu State are the original PDP members, the die-hard PDP members, the PDP member who said that if anybody leaves PDP to go to any party, will still remain in PDP, including the governor that was rumored that he'll be going into APC or into any. It's just a rumor. I keep telling people that as long as the governor remains the governor of Enugu State, he is the leader of PDP. But if he's leaving PDP today to another party, there are, the aborigines, there are the fundamental members of PDP who said on PDP we stand. I know there was a time when there was almost nothing like PDP. It was only people like Nyesom Wike, them, count them, Ike Kweremadu. There are some of them who insisted on PDP will remain. And that is why you're still hearing about PDP today.
All right.
So we are the people who said on PDP, even if it is the last, we are to be 2 or 3 standing on the line. If they leave PDP to any party they like, oh, good and fine. We are the people that will hold the tenets of PDP in Enugu State.
All right. That speaks to the fact that there's a concern, there's an issue.
Yes.
Are you scared or you are afraid that Governor Peter Mba is most likely to join his colleagues and
No.
APC?
No. Peter Mba is a citizen of Nigeria. And he has the constitutional right to join any party he likes. Some people have joined one parties more. Atiku has joined, I think, more than 4 times, run in and run out. So the governor of Enugu State, it is his constitutional right to move to any party of his choice where he feels there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
But Honorable
So,
Nick,
but I'm coming. I am not afraid. That is why we are the people who said we want to maintain the tenets of PDP. We want to ensure that even if the fire remains the last charcoal, we keep fanning that charcoal until it blossoms. That we are not moving anywhere. We are not going outside anywhere apart from PDP, even if it's the last person that stands.
Honorable Nick will be the last man standing. Is that to say that should tomorrow the governor moves, Honorable Nick will still remain in PDP?
Jesus Christ. I'm saying it, I've said it in NTA, I've said it in DSTV, I've said it in the radio and everywhere. Governor has his executives, he has the local government chairman, he has supporters and whatever. Yes, who may wish to move with him to any political party. It does not stop our one-on-one relationship. But I said and I maintain before the world that on PDP we stand. We can stay in PDP to make corrections. Those things that anybody may be running away from, they are not, incorrectable. We can correct those things and then ensure that things are being put in place. I've said it on the air. If the governor reports that anybody is putting finger in his eyes that is trying to push him out of PDP, I will march more than 1,000 men from Enugu State to go and meet that person who said that governor should leave, so that we can appeal to the governor not to go anywhere. But if the governor insists that maybe party A or party B or C is where he finds succor or where he can actualize his dream, I wish him well. But on PDP, I stand with my group.
All right, Honorable, this is strange, given that I've interviewed a lot of men, I've interacted with many who said that Governor Peter Mba is the party. Wherever he goes, they go. But now you said you will be the last man standing in PDP.
Yes.
But is it not worrisome that your party is in crisis?
There's no party that has never been in crisis. Call the party, call it APC, call it PDP, call it Labour Party. There's no party in Nigeria that has never been into 1 or 2 crises. And at the end of the day, they resolve and get back to their house and amend their house. So PDP will still bounce back. Just like the Labour Party, they've been in a lot of litigation in the Labour Party. Just like in APC, there have been problem who to be the national chairman at the end of the day. So there's no party without an iota of a problem. And at the end of the day, they resolve and their party continues.
You see your party resolving these issues when a member of NEC of your party at the national has come publicly to say that he will stop at nothing to see that the opposition or the leading APC presidential candidate, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, emerges in 2027. This man sits in your neck and has given your party conditions which may not be tenable before your assumed convention of November 15 and 16th in Ibadan.
You are talking about Nyesom Wike.
Sure.
The former governor of Rivers State, who is now the minister of the FCT. Let me tell you something. Everybody is entitled to his opinion. Nyesom Wike stands to show PDP that you cannot eat your cake with left hand and you collect it with your right hand.
You support him?
I am coming. I'm not supporting. I'm making assertions. When Nyesom Wike were sponsoring the different governors from different states in the elections, they were clapping hands for him. When Nyesom Wike was supporting and ensuring that some people become members of National Executive Council, National Working Committee, BOT members, putting in his money, they were clapping hands. And now, in all, Nyesom Wike holds all of them on the neck. Who are they now to begin to try him? When election of Rivers State, that they say it was won by the Labour Party, but at the end of the day, they declared the APC, that Nyesom Wike has hand in it. Who among these PDP people that are making noise that came up to probe Nyesom Wike or to try him that he did anti-party? Nobody. They were silent because of this information I gave you now, that he supported all of them. So how can you have a lizard in your house and you allow it to grow to crocodile? And when it became a crocodile, you begin to shout foul? No. Nyesom Wike is standing on justice. He is standing on the Constitution. How can somebody who was, let me take for instance, in the south east here, the southeastern leader of PDP, Ali Odefa, he was suspended by his word, and the thing continued to linger until the thing went to court, and they warned him at the Supreme Court gave verdict about him. That is no more the southeast PDP chairman, the zonal chairman. And he's still showing himself. And Wike is saying, on that court process, he stands. Supreme Court, I'm not talking about High Court. How can we cover it? You come to issue of Samuel Anyanwu, who was the PDP National Secretary. Samuel Anyanwu went to contest for an election as governorship election. And when he failed, he came back to take his position as the secretary of PDP. They started crying for him, saying no. Forgetting that the PDP constitution says the person that wants to contest to any of these high positions may resign. Mark the word. So the Sam Anyanwu group capitalized on that word, may. And then when he finished, he came back to contest his position. And one of our brothers called Sunday Okoye, struggled it with him. The governor supported him and the rest of the people in the southeast. But at the end of the day, Sam Anyanwu also, with that word, may, won at the Supreme Court. So tell me why Wike will not insist that whatever is the verdict of Supreme Court should stand, and people sees him as a tiger in the forest. And so, when you're talking about Nyesom Wike, there are areas that make Nyesom Wike bad, and there are areas that make even me bad. There are areas that makes you good or bad. So Nyesom Wike stood on this and said, if it's not according to the Constitution, he might decide to go to court.
Now, Honorable.
Go ahead and ask me.
The concerned PDP
in
Enugu, where do they stand in all this?
The concerned PDP in Enugu, they are not into legal battle with anybody. Our own is that we want to hold our PDP like a newborn baby, a baby without father and mother. We are not looking for anybody's sponsor. We are not looking for anybody to clap hand. We only said, let PDP be PDP. We cannot close PDP because there are other interests that want to move to other parties. We remain in PDP, and on PDP we stand.
All right. Some have argued that your party zoning its 2027 presidential slot to the south is a ploy to declare support for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay. There's something we normally say in this world, when we matter. When we matter means that there's nothing you do to human beings or people of this world to satisfy them. In the previous election, they said the North don't want to, the South to bring a presidential candidate. Even Nwike was angry with Atiku Abubakar because Atiku Abubakar wanted it to be from the North again. That was why Atiku Abubakar emerged under PDP. Until when people saw what Nwike and the G5 governors were, requesting that they should allow the South to produce the presidents in PDP. That's why they made a U-turn this time to say we are zoning it to the South. Remember, they were crying about the previous North Abubakar. Now, if they had allowed the thing to remain in the North again, it would have been the same hue and cry. That they have allowed the North again to produce presidential candidate. Now that they have allowed the South to go and bring presidential candidates in the South, people are saying it's a ploy to enable Ahmed Tinubu to win the election. So, what do we do to make people happy or to satisfy people? What we should be talking about is having a credible candidate from the Southeast. A credible candidate from the Southeast or even from the South that can stand and challenge the presidential candidate of a APC. That's what we should be clamoring for. I'm not saying they want to bring it to the South for Tinubu to take it back to the North. It even be better for them. So we are all along we've been saying that we have not been given opportunity in the South, especially in the Southeast, to produce a presidential candidate. Now the opportunity has come. We will continue to cry wolves as against when it was in the North, during the time Atiku Abubakar takes it on. So I think we should give our people a chance. We should look for a credible candidate from inside PDP to come and contest this election.
Speaking to credible candidates,
yes.
Do you support the call for former President Goodluck Jonathan to come back as your presidential
You are
candidate?
too far. So you never heard that I have intention of contesting presidential election.
I've not heard you declare.
Okay, you should hear it today.
Are you declaring for the position?
When the time comes, I am coming. So when you're talking about Jonathan is very far.
But is the call from your party members?
I am coming. People are making their intentions known. I am telling you my own. Even you, if they give you the position the backing to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you have all it takes to be the president of Nigeria.
I'm not a politician.
Must you be a politician? Must you be a politician? Was Aneke a politician?
Okay. Having said that, Honorable,
yeah.
What's your position and what will be the position of PDP in Southeast owing to the call from former Minister of Information, Professor Jerry Gana, having heard from former Governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, that former Governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, should return to PDP. Are you favorably disposed to him coming back and possibly?
Now you have asked me an intelligent question. I think I am happy with this your question. If Peter Obi comes into PDP, Peter Obi will make a giant footprint. Peter Obi will make what we call a lion scratch on the skin of an animal. Peter Obi has created impact all through Nigeria. Peter Obi has come to prove that without money, people could be voted in or trusted. That's why they used to call him the president who doesn't give shishi. If Peter Obi comes, it is not an issue of Labour Party. Peter Obi, if he comes, is coming with the strength and legaria of the obedient movement. And mind the obedient movement are people from different political parties, people who are not even partisan, artisans everywhere. They are this movement. So these people are still standing on the ground. So whichever party Peter Obi goes, I am envisaging that the remnants of this movement will go with him, coupled with the people in that party. So I think Peter Obi will have a better advantage than myself, who doesn't have
The obedient
that
movement.
kind of movement. I only have my mouth and then my friends all over Nigeria.
And you have your followers as well.
That's what I'm saying, that my followers may be just very minute compared to Peter Obi's followers. So I think it will be an advantage. That of good luck, Jonathan. If I'm in a position, I will beg Jonathan to, you know, to sustain the tempo of his honor in Nigeria and the entire world. I will plead with him to remain an elderly statesman, which he is, remain a man of integrity, which he is, remain a man who could be seen as a political solution in situations like what happened during his time. I think with this, people should allow people, anybody from, I'm not just hinging on Peter Obi, but anybody who is credible from the Southeast to contest this election.
All right. Having said that, let's go back again. Let's take a step backwards.
Okay.
Your NEC member, financier of your party, has said he's coming back, will kill PDP. Yes or Wike?
I am coming. That is his opinion. Are you getting me? It is his opinion. And let us, one thing he has not made open for we to understand is why would he keep PDP? And I want to say, why is people scared of P2B? I am not a member of the Labour Party. I am not a fan of any of these people. There are other people. What of the former governor of Enugu State? Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, is he not capable of leading? You are forcing me to talk. Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, the former governor, is capable of being the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Honorable, this is insight.
Are you getting
this
me?
Is insight. You can talk.
No, we are talking.
This is the insight.
So, you
Where
know,
we'll talk.
it's not just about P2B. Even the APC minister from the current administration, Uche Nnaji is capable of being the president. It doesn't matter whose horse is God. Are you getting me?
I'm with you.
Yes, some of these ex-governors, even Sullivan Chime. But let us start from the known to the unknown.
All right.
Are you getting me? So it doesn't matter what people think about people, but the credibility of a man's integrity lies on what the person has been able to do in the past, his antecedents. Are you getting me?
All right.
So if the Southeast will be honest with themselves, people like the former governor of Enugu State can be president. Uche Nnaji, the minister of labor, could be the president. And there are a lot of credible people in from Enugu State or from the South, or from the Southeast. Mention many of them. So forget about anybody talking about Peter Obi. Peter Obi has his background far beyond some of the people I mentioned. But somebody that don't have background today could have a background tomorrow. Peter Obi didn't just start. Peter Obi was a governor of Anambra State. His supporters didn't just jump from the sky. It is gradually. So if I see people that could stand behind me or behind some of the people I mentioned, they could do exploit. Right. Honestly speaking, when you hear them speaking, when you hear them talking.
All right. Before I come to a very important issue.
Please go ahead.
Let me, since we are talking about parties, the coalition called the ADC.
Okay.
Do you think they will be able to dislodge the PDP and make inroad in 2027?
Dislodge the PDP or dislodge every other party?
Let's start with the PDP because these are mainly your former members.
Okay, let me tell you what's happening about ADC. There was an intention they had about ADC when ADC first started, that is going to be an all-inclusive state party. But at the end of the day, from your own analysis, you can see that the thing is gradually shifting northwards. Go and look at it. The thing is gradually shifting northwards because of Atiku Abubakar. The thing is gradually shifting northwards because of El-Rufai. The thing is gradually shifting northwards because of the former Senate president, who is their current chairman, David Mark. Then you go into the APC bloc. The APC bloc is gradually shifting down west and spreading a little to the east. It's a good analysis I'm giving you. So if the ADC has started with the tempo with which everybody saw it, it would have been like the obedient movement.
All right.
But when the center cannot hold, Chinua Achebe said things will start falling apart.
Okay. Having said that, we are talking the Southeast now. There's a worrisome issue that has been in the football in the Southeast
Okay.
over time immemorial. INEC is doing voter registration exercise.
Okay.
The numbers from the Southeast is not encouraging.
Okay.
Enugu State in particular.
Okay.
It has to take the likes of Erufai to go to Imo State and preach to them there to participate in the voter registration exercise.
Okay.
Honorable Nick, is it not worrisome that with this attitude that we cannot make inroad in national politics?
Well, somebody said once beaten, twice shy. The apathy in voters registration is not unconnected with the treatments the Southeasterners have been receiving after every election. You see a local government that will vote, or a state perhaps that will vote and have up to maybe 20 or 30 million voters. And at the end of the day, they will say that that state, the party that holds sway in that state did not win. Take issue of P2B, for instance. Take issue of what happened in River State, for instance. People will vote, be with their voting strength, carry their records to show they win. At the end of the day, different thing is declared. And it makes some people to begin to feel that, are we falling back? Are we moving backward or forward in electioneering in Enugu State? So it's good to advertise for voters' education or registration of voters. But it's more important to have what we call electoral reform in Nigeria. Electoral reform where the president will not have an absolute power over INEC. Electoral reform where the president can no longer appoint the INEC chairman. Electoral reform where people's vote counts. From their ward, election will be declared. At their local government, election will be declared. At the state, election will be, and at the end of the day, the whole thing will be collated. Not a place whereby you hear that Beaver works here, Beaver did not work here. Manual collation was done there, and the electronic collation. No, there should be harmony. There should be harmony in all these things so that Nigerians will have confidence in the electoral system. There should be amended electoral laws to ensure that this thing I'm saying are done. It's not what government can just get up and say, we have done this. No, it has to go back to the National Assembly where they have to review the Constitution and, of course, the strength of INEC, the strength of the president towards INEC, and some of these things that needed to be done to be harmonized to ensure that people are not disenfranchised at the end of every election. That is what is causing this empathy in registration of voters.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Honorable, speaking to reforms, before I let you go, for once of time, let me read something to you.
Okay.
Local government chairmen who overestimate their autonomy may face election crisis. With this, it's credited to you, Honorable.
Okay.
It seems we are speaking to reform. It seems you're not in support of autonomy for local governments.
We didn't discuss about autonomy. Remember, we are talking about electoral reforms and what have you. But
Yes,
if you want to talk
we're
about,
talking about
if you want to
reforms.
talk
Yes.
about local government autonomy, I will educate you small.
Yes. No, you've spoken to reforms,
Yes.
the electoral, the voter, why the
Okay.
apathy.
Okay.
So I'm taking you now on reforms. It's on the front burner
concerning the
that
local.
local government.
Okay. 1999 Constitution created 3 tiers government, and of which the local government is the 3rd tier. That's the federal, the state, and the local government. But since then, the local government has been in the pocket of the state governors. And people have been clamoring or agitating. Why should they call it a 3rd tier of government when it doesn't have a government of its own? And that was why the thing went to National Assembly. After National Assembly, it went to the Supreme Court, granting autonomy to the local government. And I stood in NTA in some television to tell people that there's difference between administrative autonomy and the financial autonomy in local government. Listen to me very well. If you give a local government financial autonomy, let your allocation becoming direct from the federal government, you have not given the local government administrative autonomy, where the state will not have hand in the administration of the local government by appointing local government chairman, by arranging the elections and what have you. So until, I repeat to Nigerians, until local government gains both financial and administrative autonomy, the authority of government will be as good as being moribund. Because if you do anything as a local government chairman, the governor will remove you. Even some of them that are receiving the allocation directly from the federal allocations, they don't tamper it without liaising with the governors. If you do that, the next election, you may not see yourself on the table. So you must be open, allow the government to be dialoguing with you in terms of whatever comes to the local government. But if you say you want to do it alone, that any money comes to the local government because they are giving local government autonomy, you want to hold it, you earn to nothing. I was a local government chairman. I started from being a deputy before I became the chairman of the council. So I am speaking from experience. If you said, we have financial autonomy, our allocation is coming from the federal, if you tamper with that money without the directive of the state, you are finished. But the state will not come openly to attack you. But they will tell you, so amount that came in, so go to so deduction is to be made. It's only yes that will be coming out of your mouth.
All right.
And if you go beyond that, don't think about the next election.
All right.
Even if you stay to the end of the tenure where you are.
All right. Honorable, we're out of time. But before I let you go, your final word on the performance of PDP in Enugu State. Should the election be called tomorrow, do you think the PDP would win, even if this governor moves to the APC?
There are two things to this. People say that in time of crisis, you do not keep cooking pepper soup in your house. When there is crisis, even if it's unubu or herbs, you eat and let the war continue. But if you go down to start making merry when you have problem, there is a problem. The exit of Peter Mba, if he does, I repeat, it will shake PDP in Enugu State. Especially the foundation he has laid in terms of infrastructure development. But when one door is closed, another is open. If Peter Mba lives by the right-hand side, you will see people that will come in through the right-hand side.
All right.
So PDP in Enugu State will survive, though they will struggle and suffer, but it will not, their level of failure will not be as expected by opponents. On PDP we stand, and we cannot leave PDP because anybody is intending to leave PDP. We will hold the tenets and constitution of PDP to the end, even if it's only one man standing on the line. On PDP, Nichols stands.
All right. You've heard that. On PDP, he stands. On PDP, they stand. This is where we'll draw the curtain today on the Insight. Remember, on the Insight, your opinion, your voice matters. Let us know what you think about this issue, about this topic, on our Aneke TV, on our Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, and YouTube. You've heard from the man himself. We've been speaking to Honorable Nick Ozonsi, former chairman of Udi local government, a political analyst, and currently the deputy coordinator concerned PDP stakeholders in Enugu State. Honorable, it's been wonderful speaking to you.
Chief Uche, thank you very much.
We pray and we hope to see more of you.
Thank you.
There are a lot of issues to cover, and we are openly inviting you to interact
From
with
time to time, just you call me, I'll be available to visit your studio.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and your lovable staffs.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidemi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty. Raw, radiant, and real. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong. A colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news across the country on Aneke TV. First, the headlines. Vice President condemns attack in Borno State. Aneke TV and NSUBEB explore windows of collaboration. FCT resident doctors begin warning strike. Now the news in details. I'm Deborah Mwakaoba. Vice President Kashim Shettima has condemned the tragic attack by Boko Haram insurgents in the Dar Jamal community, Bama local government area of Borno State. The Vice President, who spoke in a statement by his media aide, Mr. Stanley Nkwocha, offered deep condolences to the bereaved families, assuring them that the federal government is committed to bringing the perpetrators to justice. The Vice President reiterated that President Bola Tinubu has ordered armed forces to immediately review security operations across Nigeria, including the deployment of advanced military hardware and surveillance equipment. He said the nation shares the grief of the bereaved families and expressed confidence that those responsible will be brought to justice. Now over to some labor matters. The Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, has insisted it is embarking on strike action today, accusing management of Dangote Refinery of attempting to bring back slavery into Nigeria's workforce. The union made this known in a statement issued yesterday and signed by its president and general secretary, Williams Akboreha and Afolabi Olufemi. NUPENG had said that it would begin industrial action today over anti-labor activities by Dangote Refinery. The dispute stemmed from Dangote's plan to import 4,000 compressed natural gas powered trucks for direct fuel distribution to retailers. Meanwhile, The federal government has intervened in the brewing industrial disputes between the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers and the Dangote refinery, urging the union to shelve its planned nationwide strike slated for today. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Dingyadi, announced yesterday that he has summoned all parties to a conciliation meeting in Abuja. The intervention aims to diffuse rising tensions over alleged anti-unionization policy at the refinery. In a statement signed by the ministry's head of information and public relations, Mrs. Patience Onuabia, the minister appealed to NUPENG to suspend its planned shutdown of petroleum operations and called on the Nigerian Labour Congress to withdraw the red alert it issued in solidarity with oil workers. Away from that, some Nigerians in the United Kingdom, UK, are seeking legal means to remain in the country as the expiration of their student visas draws near. The moves came amid fresh migration policies and warnings recently issued by the UK government. The UK government, in an emergency alert published on its website last Sunday, announced that about 10,000 international students had already been contacted to leave the country over the expiration of their visas. It explained that the move follows a surge in asylum claims from visa holders. Still talking education, the Enugu State Universal Basic Education Board and SUBEB and Aneke TV have pledged to work together. The two institutions made the pledge when the management of Aneke TV paid a visit to the executive chairman of NSUBEB, Associate Professor Hyginus Okibe Banko, at his office in Enugu. Correspondent Chidima Ikemede completes the report.
The Enugu State Universal Basic Education Board, NSUBEB, and Aneke TV have pledged to explore windows of collaboration for the mutual benefit of both institutions. This development was announced during a courtesy visit by the Aneke TV management team to the executive chairman of NSUBEB, Associate Professor Hyginus Okibe Banko, at his office. The lead anchor in the station's breakfast talk show, Sunrise on Aneke TV, Mr. Chosai, who led the team, observed that the station, as a fair-minded broadcast institution and a critical stakeholder in the state, offered to partner with NSUBEB in amplifying the agency's transformative educational and sensitization engagements.
Our visit today is to acknowledge and celebrate your outstanding contributions and to explore ways in which Aneke TV can further support and amplify the commendable initiatives of NSUBEB through our platform. We hope to foster our strong partnership that will contribute meaningfully to the upliftment of universal basic education in Enugu State.
For his part, the Chief Executive Officer of Aneke TV, Chief Pascal Aneke, represented by the manager of the station, Chibuike China, explained the vision of the television station and also pointed out that the organization has a foundation that supports the vulnerable.
Philanthropist who loves to help people out, and also they opened this TV, though it has been in existence since last year, but officially this year. So we opened the TV to give voice to the voiceless and to help other people to impact into the society and give voice to the society to opening the TV. So that's it. It's not an achievement. Which there is not an achievement from, though some people always mistake him from Udi or for all those things. His name is Chief Dr. Pascal Aneke.
In his response, the executive chairman of NSUBEB, Associate Professor Hyginus Okibe Banko, welcomed the team. He acknowledged the vital role the media can play in bridging the gap between the government and the people. He reaffirmed the board's readiness to partner with Aneke TV in areas such as enlightenment, sensitization, and other public engagement initiatives. The NSUBEB chairman said the government is building over 250 smart schools across the 260 wards within the state to ensure that the poorest child in rural areas receive a world-class education using 21st century tools.
I feel delighted to welcome you. Most especially the fact that
the crew members are young ones who are already in the vanguard force of transforming the society. A new generation of people whose mandate is to ensure that both value and culture of the society is sanitized to blend with what modernity can tolerate. Yeah. And these are people that have as well keyed into the current trend in the global space, where the younger ones' talents are being tapped, where they are exhibiting their potential, and where their expertise are adding value to what we are doing in this society. Today in Enugu State, education sector is one of the sectors that the governor considered as his priority. It is a sector that has never been politicized since assuming office as governor. It is a sector where he appointed specialists, those with expertise, to pilot the affairs. It is a sector that he hoped would do the needful to change the system in its entirety. It is also a sector that, of course, has come to make impact, not only within Enugu State, but across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Now, we brought in experiential learning, which is a synthesization of theory and practice, where people just look at the theoretical aspect of what they are studying and do the experimentation to know actually what the result could look like. Now, the entire spectrum of the education sector has brought a kind of relief, because people are now trying to see what we are doing. We are now moving away from business as usual to business unusual. We are building 260 smart schools for a purpose. The purpose is that we want to refocus education to have a specific target on building a strong society by developing the capacity of people that can now hold firm and now try to manage that society effectively. As an establishment, as an agency of government, I assure you that we are going to participate in every of your program. We are going to collaborate with you. We are going to partner with you.
The courtesy visit is one of the initiatives Aneke TV has been using to open up windows of collaboration with other establishments. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
State, Governor Peter Mbaz approved a comprehensive restructuring of the State Forest Guard as part of efforts to strengthen security. According to a statement by his media aide, Mr. Uche Anichuku, the reform includes raising the guard salaries to a minimum of 80,000 naira in line with the new state minimum wage. The governor also ordered a clampdown on illegal logging, directing the arrest and prosecution of anyone caught felling immature trees or engaging in deforestation. In the meantime, the Federal Capital Territory FCT Police Command has cautioned members of the public against offering money or any form of inducement to its personnel while discharging their official duties. The command stressed that such acts remain unlawful and undermine the integrity of policing in the nation's capital. Reassuring residents of its commitment to professional service delivery, the command maintained that the Nigerian police force is dedicated to serving with integrity and transparency, urging citizens to cooperate in building a safer society. This news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all our social media feeds on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok, and here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick look at major developments in the news. Vice President condemns attacks in Borno State. Aneke TV and NSUBEB explore windows of collaboration. Coming up shortly, we have FCT President, doctors begin warning strike.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This
is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The Association of Resident Doctors, Federal Capital Territory FCT, has embarked on a 7-day warning strike. The development was announced today in a communique signed by the president of the association, Dr. George Ebong, alongside other members of the executive. The doctors described the FCT health system as one plagued by long-standing systematic failure, calling for urgent and comprehensive reforms. Dr. Ebong noted that resident doctors in the territory are under intense pressure, often compelled to cover multiple departments simultaneously. Also on health, the Executive Director of the International Center of Excellence, IRCE, Professor Alashe Abimiku, says similarities among different Lassa virus strains offer hope for a single vaccine to protect against the disease across West Africa. Professor Abimiku made this known in an interview with the news agency of Nigeria in Abuja ahead of the Institute's third annual scientific symposium. Professor Abimiku, while speaking on the Institute's focus areas in tackling infectious disease prevalent in the region, said the center had conducted a study on both the virus and the rodents that transmit Lassa fever to better understand how strains vary across states and countries. The IRCE is a center of excellence established in 2016 by the Institute of Human Virology in Nigeria. Now to Anambra State. The managing director of the Anambra State Special Anti-Touting Squad, Mr. Monday Nwokoye, has reiterated the agency's commitment towards ensuring residents of the state remain safe and protected from criminal elements. Mr. Nwokoye also warned miscreants involved in touting to steer clear of public places, particularly roads, bridges, markets, or bus stops and motor parks, telling them to either leave the state or engage in legitimate business activities. He stated this when operatives of SASA led a crackdown on miscreants and other criminal elements operating under the bridge at a new parts market located along the Onitsha-Awka-Enugu Expressway. It was gathered that under the bridge of the market has become a notorious den for criminal activities where miscreants use the place as a hideout to terrorize and dispose unsuspecting members of the public of their belongings, especially mobile phones, cash and other essential items. Now over to business news. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, has hinted that lending rates may decline in the coming months as inflation continues to ease, raising hopes for improved access to credit and stronger investment flows. Mr. Cardoso gave the assurance during a fireside chat at the European Business Chamber, Eurocham Nigeria Sea-Level Forum in Lagos. A statement by the CBN reaffirmed the bank's commitment to macroeconomic stability, a stronger banking sector, and positioning Nigeria as a top investment destination. According to the CBN governor, headline inflation, though still high, has begun a slowdown, creating the possibility of lower lending rates once price stability is further consolidated. Mr. Cardoso acknowledged that high lending rates have weighed on businesses, but explained that the CBN's priority has been to restore confidence and strengthen the system resilience. Also in business, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos has welcomed the nomination of the state as the host city in Nigeria for the 2027 Intra-African Trade Fair. The governor, in a statement by the spokesperson for the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Mr. Adewale Akodu, said the nomination marks a historic moment for Nigeria and the West African sub-region. Now moving over to sports. The Super Eagles arrived in Bloemfontein, South Africa yesterday without star striker Victor Osimhen, who has been ruled out of Tuesday's crucial 2026 World Cup qualifying match against the Bafana Bafana. After their 1-0 win over Rwanda at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo, the team departed for South Africa through a chartered value jet flight. They arrived in South Africa at 6:25 p.m. local time as they hope to reignite their campaign in the crunch tie against the hosts. They will, however, be without Osimhen, who limped off midway through the first half of Saturday's 1-0 win, over Rwanda in New York after a challenge from Cloud Yimbo Gabo. Now over to entertainment. Faith Ekwe Benam, representing Anambra State, has emerged as the winner of Miss International Nigeria 2025 pageant. The grand finale, which was held yesterday, saw Ekwe Benam outshine other contestants to clinch the national crown. She will now represent Nigeria at the 63rd Miss International pageant set for 27 November 2025 at the Yoyogi National Gymnasium in Shibuya, Tokyo, Japan. At the conclusion of the highly competitive event, Miss Lagos was named first runner-up, with Miss Bauchi, Miss Edo, Miss Cross River and Miss Nasarawa placing as second to fifth runners-up. To end the news across the country, here are the main points. Vice President Kashim Shettima has condemned the tragic attack by Boko Haram insurgents in the Dara Jamal community, Bama local government area of Borno State. The Association of Resident Doctors, Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has embarked on a 7-day warning strike. The development was announced today in a communique signed by the President of the Association, Dr. George Ebong, alongside other members of the executive. We also told you that the Enugu State Universal Basic Education Board and SUBEB and Aneke TV have pledged to explore windows of collaboration for the mutual benefit of both institutions. This development was announced during a courtesy visit by the Aneke TV management team to the executive chairman of NSUBEB, Associate Professor Hyginus Okibe Banko, at his office. This ends the news. For breaking news eyewitness reports, please call 070-3043-7110 or visit our social media feeds on Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Nwakoba. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm Deborah Nwakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Bishop 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 Pope. You know, better than Katie, your boss, I did not let you. Again, I should know about it. Can I be an issue dog? I got about you. Ibegi, Edebotod. Anyị gara ịgba be na mmanụ nwa Igbo nwa gama edema n'obodo ụjọ nwa ọgara ọchị ọmadịrịdị ododo eke agba ọwa odo nwa gama edema Igbo n'ụmụ nwa shọ ọwa ọga na mmanụ nwa Igbo ododo eke nwa agba ọwa mụshi odo ahụ aja na mmanụ nwa Igbo amụ kwara ụdị mi na oriri ekwekwe yibo ododo eke na mmanụ amụ kwara ụdị mi nwa shọ ọwa
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty, raw, radiant, and real. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidemi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world. Okay, dear viewer, many thanks to you. Thanks for joining us on your favorite program, The Arena, on Aneke Television. My name is Chris Anebo, welcoming you aboard the show that takes on burning topical issues and matters which affects us as a people in the society. As we host analysts and guests on this platform who come to offer their thoughts, their opinions, share their knowledge on these issues and matters, we hope that society could become a better one for every one of us. So thanks again for joining us. Yesterday, our searchlight is beaming around building social skills, especially in students. Yes, of course, they say catch them young. And because we believe that the young ones today, called children, are the future leaders. If there's going to be a tomorrow for our society, we need to start getting it right now, where the young ones are. And that is why our guest today has come to share knowledge on how we could build social skills amongst the young ones. So happy listening. Yes, of course, our guest is the founder Talk to Solve, which is an awareness campaign organization charged with creating awareness on all forms of deviant behaviors in students. Her name is Ndidi Duru. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I must confess, you're looking elegant.
Thank you.
That's right. All right, so let the discussion flow. I wouldn't know, building social skills in students, could we start by understanding what we mean by social skills?
Okay, so basically when we hear social skills, they are those things that facilitate ease of conversation, interaction, ease of socialization. You know, it involves communication, whether verbal, non-verbal. It involves active listening, patience, respect, good manners. It involves cooperation, collaboration. So whatever that makes relationship with people seamless, whatever that makes communication easy, that's what we're talking about. It just makes socialization easy.
Socialization. Communication.
Yes.
I won't talk about communication. Language is involved.
Oh, yeah. It's not just, like I said, when we're talking about communication, we're talking about both verbal and non-verbal communication.
I mean, body language.
Yeah, body language, the things, assuming we're talking right now, I'm talking, so you know how I feel because you're listening to me, I'm expressing myself. But then there are some things I don't say, you know, but my body language tells you that you're talking to me and I'm like, that's loss of interest. I'm like, that's, you know, confusion, surprise or something. So all of that involve communication. I am not speaking verbally, but my body is speaking. The way I tilt it, my eyes are popping, my mouth, the excitement, those things are also part of communication. So, for instance, you may say, you and I are talking, and you said I insulted you. When did I insult you? I haven't even said a word. Okay? You didn't say a word, but the way you acted was denigrating. Okay? You could just, assuming you're talking to me, and I'm like, I'm looking away, I'm giving you side eye, I'm looking at my wristwatch, you know, it's a sign of disinterest. It could be disrespect. So I haven't uttered the word of disrespect, but I've done everything disrespectful. So in social skills, you're taught to be mindful of the things you do, your body language, your language again, the tone of your language. So sometimes it could be like, I don't want to speak to you, and I don't want to speak with you. They are not the same thing. One is aggressive and emphatic, one is subtle and friendly. So the tone of your speech matters. Again, your diction. If you're used to using strong language, abusive language, insensitive, you know, stuff like that, they affect communication. So you should be mindful of what you say, how you say it, where you say it, and when you say it, who you say it to.
Now, somebody watching us right now may want to know, why is this really important? Why is it necessary? For instance, we are Africans, considering our climate, maybe culture.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to bring in tradition, maybe culture.
Okay.
It's our way of life. You know, scolding and, you know. But so I wouldn't know. Why is this important?
Okay, so at this point in time, it's more important than ever because we have a lot of issues in Nigeria, whether economic issues, ethnic related issues, religious issues, you know, all of that. So what we can actually try to manage now is our social relationship, our socialization process. We need to manage it. That's the only thing we have now. Otherwise, there will be chaos in the society. So number one, to facilitate relationship with people, you need to learn social skills. If you want to have interpersonal relationship with people, you need to learn it. It's going to help you in your family. There are people who have venom in their mouth, okay? There are people who are horrible behaviorally. But when you learn social skill, what it does is it teaches you emotional intelligence. It teaches you empathy. You know that for every action, there are many perspectives. It's not just yours. You learn to listen to people. Okay, you learn to see from other people's lenses. So for instance, where you're coming from, maybe you're from a religious background and you have been told that modesty means closing your entire body from head to toe. Okay, modesty means not speaking at all, being stifled. Okay, modesty means that could be what modesty from your own climb is. But then when you come out and meet people, they could tell you that modesty means looking yourself, but looking, you know, like having it put together, not to offend others. So it's still possible I'm wearing my shorts and my polo and I look modest and not necessarily wearing my gown. So it takes a person of one who listens very well and one who is receptive to idea to know that, okay, my views about the world isn't the only way to look at the world. Other people have these perceptions. Why I may not agree with them, I just have to respect them. And I have to accept them for who they are. Why? Because the world has to accommodate everyone. It doesn't have to be me, otherwise I'm domineering. Do you understand that? So social skills help us with our interpersonal relationship. And again, it makes you a good listener. So sometimes people just talk, they don't want to hear others, okay? But when you have social skill, you know that when you talk, you wait for others to talk. It's actually rude not to let other people talk. So, but again, you were asking about the importance. It actually helps because we're also targeting students. It helps to develop a student's academic performance.
Okay.
Yeah, when you mix with people and you listen to people, when you have social skill, you have a lot to benefit from people. You learn from them, okay? You gain experience from them. The fire does not have to burn you. You have what the people you burnt, and you're like, okay, that's how it works. I have to be meticulous. And it helps you socialize with people. If you don't have good social skills, how do you even collaborate with people? You can't be involved in the teamwork, okay? But when you have social skills, you know to take turns. You know to be patient with people. You know to respect people and to understand boundaries. Right now, I want to read. I don't want to be interrupted. you understand that this person at this point just doesn't want to play. To you, it's not an insult. It's maturity of the mind, knowing that at this point she needs to be alone. At this point, social skills help you develop, to also mature. Because over time, you're watching others and you're learning. What I have been doing is not the right way. You unlearn and then relearn.
That's right.
Do you understand? So beyond the personal, interpersonal relationship and the academic performance, because by mixing with people who know, you get to know more and you will learn, which is the academic performance part. The other part is that it also helps your personal development. You see things from a different perspective. You're no longer that person you used to be, okay? Because with a new environment, with school, there are behaviors you adopt, which originally you didn't have at home because of the limitations. Your parents don't have it all. So you go to school, you learn from others. That's social skills because you're mingling with others. What happens? People meet you, you're like, you're different. Something is different about you. I think you're more mature, you're more articulate, you're more... You are like that because you have adopted social skills. It has enabled you to learn. It has enabled you to grow. And guess what? It's self-development.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That makes it further interesting. And now, our audience in this regard now.
Oh, sorry. I just remembered one.
What's
conflict resolution.
Conflict resolution?
Yeah. And it's extremely important. Right now that people are so impatient, people are so rude, people don't understand the power of problem solving. People don't even understand that, okay, you are aggrieved, I'm aggrieved, but we have to meet at the middle, okay? What's the common ground? Why are we upset? Okay, the land, my forefathers gave me this land, your forefathers gave you that land. Okay, fine. Give me your story, you give me your story, let's place it, and then we have something to work with, Remember I said in social skills, your thoughts are empathy, so you bring it in. Why is he so aggrieved? Okay, why is she so aggrieved? And then you listen to both of them, and you draw a nexus. Where can we kick off? Who's going to let go? What are you going to respect? What are you... Before you know it, we'll resolve our issues. So it's also good for conflict resolution.
Talking about conflict resolution, in other words, the entire society is involved in what we're treating now. So it's not just going to be about students.
No.
Because, yes, you're right when you say society is full of rude people.
Yeah.
A lot of rude people everywhere. People just don't know how to, be formal in conversation. Sometimes there are people that are just annoying. Naturally, they are just annoying.
Yeah.
The way they talk, their manner of approach. Yeah. They just say it and then they say it carelessly, like it's normal.
It's my nature. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. Really?
You understand?
Yeah.
And then again, society is full of anger.
Yeah.
Everybody out there is just angry.
Yeah.
Maybe as a result of economic hardship, big situation, this is not moving normal.
Yeah.
So people tend to become angry.
True.
You take the commercial vehicle these days. Maybe you board a bus.
Yeah.
You see that the driver is antagonizing the conductor. The conductor is hitting at the passengers, and the passengers are throwing it back at the driver and the conductor, and everywhere seems to be chaotic.
Yeah.
Even in homes.
True.
Between the man and the wife, chaos.
True.
Between the parents and the children, chaos.
True.
And at the end of the day, what are we really breathing? Well, these issues and more. Before we get to that level of conflict resolution, how social skills could aid in resolving conflicts, let's talk about the students now.
Yeah.
Why is social skills very important and necessary where we have students? What does it do for them?
Okay, so if you call students or young people the leaders of tomorrow, then it's necessary that you invest in them. Do you understand? And they will not always be students. These are people that will occupy positions of power tomorrow. These are people that will make decisions for the country tomorrow. The navigation of the entirety of the country is vested on them. So it's important we catch them young. So for instance, when you're in school, it is not just to pass your basic studies like biology, French, all of that. No. We're also building a holistic individual. In other words, not just your academic life, your moral life, we're interested in that, your social life, whatever thing God has placed in you, we're developing it in school. So when you develop a social skill in a person, you would have raised a reasonable child. It's possible to be brilliant and unreasonable. When you are brilliant and you're insensitive and arrogant, you're not reasonable because everything is about you. It has nothing to do with your academic intelligence. You may know your math, know your biology, but something is missing somewhere. That's the basic spice of life, which is social skill. So it's important we raise a total student who is not just academically sound, but someone who is reasonable, a responsible person. Now I'm talking about raising a child who is respectful. In fact, it is because you're respectful that you will do well academically. So the respect starts with yourself. How do you respect yourself? Be mindful of the way you look. Be mindful of the things that come out of you. Be mindful of your relationship with people. If you care so much about the way you appear in public, then you know very well to read. You know very well not to be caught in certain situations, and you know very well to relate with people very well. So that's why it's important. Again, we also want to raise people that do a lot of collaborations. Okay, I discovered that around our climb, we are individualistic. You know, I want to do it myself. You can do it yourself, but with collaboration, you will go far. The world has become a global village. So it's not just about one and the buy now. You have to do it with people. And how do you relate with people if you don't bury self? If you don't accommodate perspectives? If you are not open to new ideas? If you're not these are the things you need. Social skills for students is very important because it aids collaboration. Another thing is that it aids learning. I've mentioned that before.
You did.
Yeah, as a student, if you want to go far, then you have to adopt social skills. It just makes you listen. It makes you want to know. It makes you respect people. It makes you unlearn and relearn. And I talked about self-development. That's what it is basically. That's when you see your daughter. She used to be a very dirty person, lazy, and all of a sudden she goes to school and by SS1 she's acting all neat, you know, dressing the bed, cooking, and you're wondering, where's this coming from? It's coming from the fact that she has accepted, she has allowed herself to learn from others. It's growth, you know. And it's because she started relating with people, understanding that there are different perspectives to life. It's not just about me. Me not being neat just doesn't affect me, but also affects others.
Oh, the conversation could go on and on, dear viewer, because I know it's getting quite interesting. It's something that has to do with every one of us if we must have a peaceful, you know, atmosphere in society. Peaceful coexistence amongst people. Well, I want to go on a very quick short break. And when we return, the conversation continues because if we're looking at students, you know, building on social skills, now the teacher is involved. Because the student will not learn without someone teaching him or her. And now our homes, families come into bear too because parents too has to know what to do before they transfer such knowledge to the kids. So all of these are more when we return from this break. Please don't go away. It is The Arena on Aneke Television, and we'll be back. You're welcome back to the program on The Arena on Aneke Television. I told you before we went to that break that we're having a chat with the founder of Talk to Solve, Ndidi Duru, who is here talking to us on the need on building on social skills, especially among students. Why do we need this? Yes, of course, we need to be cautious of our tomorrow, the future. Because if we have children today, they will eventually become adults tomorrow who will now take over from the rest of us. So in order to make society very peaceful, better off, social skills as a knowledge is needed. So listen as the conversation continues. So back to you, man. Yes, we said that if we are targeting young ones, behind the scene, my cameraman just asked me a question.
Okay.
He said, "What about people like him? Like, is it over for him?"
No.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
If we are talking about students, what about the adults?
Yeah.
This is equally necessary for adults, which now brings in the role of the teacher, the role of parents.
Yeah.
So how do they come into the picture?
Okay, so
because you can't give what you don't have.
No, you can't. Absolutely not. So when we talk about social skills, where do we start from? The family. Yeah, that's where we start from. That is the child's first school. Okay? And the first caregivers are the parents. So this is where it becomes extremely important that for a parent, you just have to adopt social skills. Even if you didn't want to, for the sake of your children, you just have to. You know why? What you do, actually, your children emulate, and not necessarily what you say.
Because remember you said social skills involves communication.
Yeah.
Which is either verbally
or
non-verbal. So even your actions.
You could tell your children, "Oh, I raised you right. I need you to be kind to people. Don't insult people. I don't want you. I just need you to be as respectful and as responsible as ever." And then you're talking to your neighbor, "Bionyawa, you're very stupid. Look at her." At any given opportunity, you're yelling, you're insulting, you're looking down on people, you're arrogant, you don't listen to people. Guess what? The instructions you have given, well, they have heard you. But what you're modeling is what they will follow. They now know that, oh, when I'm angry, I use strong words on people to make them shut up. So they go to the class and you do something, you're like, "You're very stupid." She picked it from the house. She picked it from you. And then she knows that, oh, when you're quarreling, you don't let people, "I won't let you talk. I won't let you talk." Because that's what she sees at home. Okay? She doesn't understand that in conflict resolution, you say yours, at least I listen. And I'm not listening to respond. I'm listening to understand. Because in families, like we said, social skills are also needed for resolving issues. So you see husband and wife, someone hurts you and you're not even willing to talk about it. How do you want to settle an issue you're not talking about? Because sometimes a person could hurt you unknowingly. Okay? I could actually think that by telling you your head is big, that I'm teasing you. But you could be the sensitive type that your head is big is such a big deal. So until we talk about it, okay, I know you're joking with me, but I don't like it when people say my head is big. I mean, it makes me uncomfortable. Can you not say that my head is big? And you he's talking to should not say, is it not ordinary your head is big? What's wrong with your head is big? No, you try to understand. Oh, really? It actually makes you feel that bad. Okay, I'm not going to say it again. But can I at least say your eyes are big? Is that okay? And you see, you reach a compromise, something that works for both of you. And imagine your child is watching. Your child now knows that, okay, life is actually about negotiations, okay? And it's about trying to understand people, okay? It's not about imposing yourself on people. So, for instance, the child now knows that, oh, if I go to the class and I have issues with someone, I have to talk about it. And in the process of talking about it, I should actually listen to the person. So you see, you started teaching social skills. They watch you. How do you teach, handle your domestic staff? Do you say thank you? Do you say, oh, I'm grateful? Do you call the person respectfully? do you correct in love? Those things you do, your children are watching. Okay? If you're rude to your domestic staff, guess what? Nkali, come and clean my shoes right now, because that's what she sees you do. Okay? But if she sees you say, Nkoli Biko Niwefe, please can you help me and clean my shoes? She'll not be like, Auntie Coco, please can you help me? You see? So you're modeling a lifestyle for her to copy. Then about taking it to the school. Did I talk about husband, wife? Yes, I talked about it.
Yeah, you talked about it, but that's a husband and wife matter. You're gonna tell the viewer that you will repeat. Okay. You will come again. It's going to be an issue for another, because I don't know. Suddenly it has become cat and rat kind of thing in the homes where the man is saying the wife has you. Yeah. Do you understand? A lot of things happen, either knowingly or unknowingly. Yeah. Crisis and conflict everywhere. Yeah. Without taking into cognizance that the kids are there. Yeah. And they are really watching. Some of us grew up in such homes. Yeah. Do you understand? And whether we choose to accept it or not, it has some level of influence on us today, even as adults. True. Do you understand? And we are transmitting same to our own children. Yeah. And it becomes a generational thing. Yeah. So I think you're going to tell the viewer that you will repeat. It's between you and them now.
Yeah, well,
you will repeat.
Someone is boxing me to a corner.
No. I just said tell them. It's not about me now.
Boxing me to a corner. Guys, save me. He's boxing me to a corner.
No, they trust me. They're my people.
Okay.
They know. Yes.
Well, it's something I'll be glad to do.
Beautiful. So now let's allow it rest.
Okay, this isn't social skills. This is manipulation. This is manipulation.
Apologies anyway. But then the fact remains. Let's leave that part out. Okay. Because we don't have all the time. Okay. So for the teachers now, how do the teachers come into the picture? For instance, I don't know if you're going to agree with me when I say this does not reflect in the school curriculum. I don't think it's there.
Yeah, to some extent.
Do we have it? No. While growing up, I went through community primary school. Yeah. I attended community secondary school. Yeah. Don't ask me about my university.
No one is asking.
So, these are just the issues. We never saw such ever. Yeah. It was never taught. Do you understand? Except maybe for now, but I stand to be corrected. So if it's not in the curriculum, how does the teacher transmit this? Because the pattern of communication between the teacher and the student in the classroom goes a long way. Yeah. If it's not a subject, what about the pattern of interaction? A teacher could be aggressive, bullish, just like some parents are, very bullish. So how does the teacher come in?
Okay, so I believe government should, I think they're already doing that.
Are they?
I think so. I'm not quite sure, because I know I've heard a teacher talk about social skill drill. But the problem is not about one school doing it. It should be what every school should be doing. Okay, there should be a social skill drill. It's very important. Just like you have fire drills in school, you have resuscitation drills in school. There should be this particular one. And there should be a club that is designated to development of social skills in students. I know that some parts of social skills can be found in social studies, in civic education and all of that, but we just need it to be a thing in school, something that is practiced regularly. And how can you do this? You can do it by role-playing. Okay? Students can be gathered and be given different characters to play. And then we'll ask the entirety of the students to judge the character, to interpret the character. So we can have, like you and I discussing, and I'll be told to antagonize your point without being patient. Okay? Let's say we're talking about apples and oranges, which is sweeter. I could say apple actually is sweeter. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say. You won't even let me talk. And then you ask the students, please interpret what you're watching. How does this make you feel? You see students say, that's so rude. He wouldn't even let her talk. At least let her talk. Let her express the way she feels about apples. You may even like apples. You may prefer it to orange at the end of the day. So what are you doing? You're letting the students learn the beauty of social skills without actually teaching them directly. Okay, another one is to create space for collaboration by giving them group assignments. You've noticed this particular student that doesn't like mixing with anybody. He's antisocial. If he's not antisocial, then he's anti-people, if I may put it that way. What do? Such a person, you give them a group assignment and you make them understand that in the group assignment everyone must make an input, and you watch them from afar. You're watching out for collaboration, for patience, for the one who takes turns. And at the end of the day, you can ask them, what's your assessment? What did you notice? What was the struggle? How were you able to support each other? Were you able to complement each other in any space at all? What made it possible? Then the other one is the life you model as a teacher. So some teachers are very mean set of people.
Very mean.
Yeah, they are bullies. They lack emotional intelligence. I don't want to talk about my teacher anymore. I'm sure she must be feeling so bad wherever she is. But it was so bad. I had a horrible experience with her. I didn't know mathematics, and I'm sorry, ma'am, I just have to use you as an instance so other teachers will learn. You know? And
what happened?
I would tell her, I mean, I was an art student, right? So you know how good we are in maths. And then there were the very good ones. And I was not amongst the very good ones. And mind you, I was a very bright student. But as far as maths was concerned, it wasn't my thing. So, but my anger
Maybe
is that...
that's making the both of us.
Yeah, yeah. Cheers to it in a mass. Okay, so
that's making the both of us.
I was making effort. That was what was driving me crazy. I wanted to understand. So I would raise my hand. Imagine raising your hand as someone who doesn't know and wants to know. And your teacher is like, okay, go ahead. And I'm like, ma, I'm so sorry. I don't understand this. Can you explain it? Olodo.
Oh.
Olodo repete. And I'm like, and I was so emotionally fragile as a child. You know, that Olodo was, my God. And I would instantly cry. Like, I cry easily. And
don't cry now.
No, I'm not going to.
Don't cry. You said don't cry.
No,
okay.
it actually makes me cry. But today, no, I'm not. And then, you know, she's seeing the tears in your eyes and she's still writing on the board. Oh, Lord, are you listening?
Oh, God.
And then you have your classmates who have a good laugh at you and all that. And, I mean, this happened severally, and I said, okay, I'm done with maths. That's it. And that was my last time. I don't remember opening my master's book ever again. I wasn't excited to attend her class. I think I was always sleeping in her. I didn't like her. In fact, ma, I'm very sorry. She sent me a Facebook request. I rejected. Like, I'm so traumatized. Yeah.
To that extent.
I'm telling you. And it's so bad that she wasn't a bad person, because she rapports well with everybody. But the fact that that part of me that wanted to know, and so imagine what other students pass through when you say derogatory things to students, when you're not sensitive to the way they feel. You feel the answer to everything is punishment. I mean, sometimes as a teacher, you should call your student very close. Why are you acting like this? I have had a case of a student who was very supposedly bad. In fact, when I came to the school for outreach, they told me about the girl, and my first time of meeting her, she was so rude. She just told me, have they reported you to me? Yeah, they've told you I'm a bad student. I am. Like, I'm very bad. You know, she was...
Really?
Yeah, and I was listening. I said, okay, yeah. They actually told me that you're bad. And you are playing their script. I don't think you're bad. Bad people don't tell you they're bad. You telling me you're bad shows me that you're putting up a front. And I didn't come here to judge you. I came to be friends with you. So just let me be your friend. Why do you want to be my friend? Because I want to. I actually like it when you tell me a person is bad. Maybe the attraction is that I'm bad and you're bad. Makes the both of us. And she walked out on me.
She walked out?
Yeah.
Very rude.
And we had several sessions. I'll come to see her. And she's like, you don't give up, do you? I'm like, for you, no. Until we become friends. And she was like, what do you want from me? I said, now we're talking.
Really?
So I came to gist with you.
That takes lots of patience to do.
Yeah. I told you that in social skills, you need patience. With social skills, there's nobody you can deal with. There is nobody, because everybody has something he falls for. You see those tough-talking people. What? Don't tell me. Most times they are insecure people. They have very fragile egos. So you'll be surprised at a simple compliment. Oh, guy, you're looking so nice today.
You mean like myself, right?
No, not you.
Oh, boy.
Not
There she
you.
goes.
I'm just giving that instance.
Just go ahead, no problem.
But you do look good.
Oh, thumbs up for you then.
So you could be like, oh, guy, you're looking nice today. Thank you. And you see him, So it could just be that he's not getting sufficient love, acceptance where he's coming from. Never mind, he's a big boy, a boss and all that. We all want that attention. So it could just be what he wants from you. Sometimes it could be a sense of orderliness or rest. We just have what works for us.
Well, apologies dear viewer. We want to cut it short here. My producer is giving the signals. It's time up, time up. I don't know what it is for you, but for me, it's a beautiful, beautiful interaction today with Ndidi Duru, who is talking to us on the need to build in on social skills, especially among the younger ones, okay? But then it's going to be work in progress. She has assured us that she will come from time to time, right? To do this with us. We need it. Society needs it at this very point in time. For instance, if there are even homes, like social homes, where people could just come from time to time to come cool off and listen to these kind of things. Your organization, you're creating awareness. Well, maybe you could run advocacy to the government. Yeah, could we please do this? Let it be part of what the students, learn. But before they learn, the teachers need to be exposed to training because they need to know.
True.
Do you understand? They need to know and all of these things. A child will tell the parent today, that's not what my teacher told me. And you're saying, come on, are you not seeing it? That 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. You say, but that's not what my teacher said. So these days they tend to believe more on what they get from school than even what you're giving them at home. Well, it's not going to be over today. So we wrap it up here. I don't know. Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
We very well appreciate you because a lot about these things we need to talk further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, dear viewer, that's the much we'll take on today's edition on The Arena on Aneke Television. Ndidi Duru is the founder of Talk to Solve, an awareness campaign organization charged with creating awareness on all forms of deviant behaviors in students. She will come again. My name is Chris, and I will say bye for now.
aya kwamu aya kwamu na manu mo ibo amu kwadu dimi no di ekwe yibo do be aya kwamu na manu amu kwadu dimi ma jowo di de ekwe yibo do ne o da mu na mu iya do do ne ka iya o da mu no go no mu ke ke do do ne ke ayi ne ne ke je do do ne ke do mo ga si do do bo ba ma sha bi do do ne ke ti lo le ma lo lo wo ele yo babari wo bu ji be go je ka kala wo le ke de jo ku bi de ya do lu bu la bo le je no ke do wo du lo to go ro iya mo so mo de mo bu ma tu mo na ni de ni ma ku mo so ma la ku ko to de ni da ma jo
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty, raw, radiant, and real. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991,
Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
We joyfully welcome you on this edition of the Youth Focus on Aneke TV. This is a program that beautifies the lives of young people in several ways by making it better, great better. We achieve this by way of making opinions. We give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and of course we will respect the opinions of some people who have fed us back on several ways to make the program better. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and our focus for today is on entrepreneurship. You can always find us on our social media handles, Instagram page, Facebook, X, TikTok, and YouTube. Thank you so much. Permit me to introduce to you some guests who we have on the studio today that will do justice to this particular topic by conscientizing the youth and as well educating them on the essence of entrepreneurship in their lives. Thank you so much. By my left is Favor Eberechukwu Nama. She is an author and she is the founder of the NGO Lead Young Stars Initiative. And then I have Chidebere Onwoka. She is a public speaker and she is also the ICT instructor with Queen's Model Schools in Enugu. You are welcome on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right. Favor. In a lot of motivational conferences, a lot of speakers have spoken about entrepreneurship as a saving grace to a lot of young people. Then in your own words, how can you explicitly do justice to the topic, as in explaining vividly what entrepreneurship means?
Thank you very much. Entrepreneurship, when I think about it saying the three-letter words, NGO. That's G standing for gaps, and then the O for organization. So entrepreneurship is about identifying or recognizing needs or gaps or even opportunities, and then coming up with a creative and effective way in order to fill in that gap or meet the need, or even to leverage on the opportunity, the existing opportunity, and with the aim of creating impact and making wealth.
Well, thank you so much. Chidebere, I don't know how comfortable you are with her own definition of entrepreneurship, but you could tell us something in your own words too.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to add to what she has said. An entrepreneur or entrepreneurship, or an entrepreneur is someone that, an individual that has come up with that can create an opportunity, that can create maybe something that has not been there, just to make people have access to it, and then manage that business, and then give out something meaningful, and also to make benefit. The person can be innovative, maybe thinking of something new, creating something new that has not been in the environment, trying to solve the needs of people around within, and then while doing that, the person also has mindset of getting benefit from there. So,
all right, thank you so much. Those are wonderful definitions to the term entrepreneurship. If you are joining us now, it is Youth Focus on Aneke Television. Thank you so much for being there. Our topic is entrepreneurship. All right, Favor, let me come to you once again. Since you have given this your definition of entrepreneurship, to me, it seems a lot of young people should go into entrepreneurship. Then could you please tell us the first step of becoming an entrepreneur for a starter?
Okay, becoming an entrepreneur, firstly, you have to ask yourself, what can I do? Because it's not something that you just wake up and you want to become an entrepreneur. You first of all find out what you can do. What is your passion? And is also not enough reason for as having a passion that cannot solve a problem. For instance, someone is asked, what is your passion? You say your passion is traveling. Okay, if you travel, what will you be doing? How will your passion for traveling leverage on existing opportunity, or how can it solve a problem? So you ask yourself, what can I do? Then when you have found out that which you can do, that which you love to do, you ask yourself, what problem can it solve? What can I what problem can this, my passion, solve? So when that is determined, the next is for you to see vision. And when I say vision, I'm not talking about saying what will happen tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow when I come out, this will happen, that will happen. I'll now try to do this and all that. No, the vision I'm talking about is seeing a need that has not been met. And then ask yourself, how can I? Then you come in with creative and effective and, of course, sustainable way in order to fill it. And this need can actually be filled using either products or services. And then you find out whether the audience, the people out there, whether they can pay for it. Then when this is done, then you take action. And when we talk about action, you don't have to wait until you have everything. Just take action, and whatever you do, try as much as possible to learn and grow in it.
Okay, thank you so much. But I want to remind us again that our explanations, our discussion will be revolving around a novice, that is a young person that wants to become an entrepreneur. Chidi, now, in your own words, what and what should this novice do? How to get started?
Okay. First of all, a novice who has who wants to become an entrepreneur must first have the passion. That's the driving force. If there's no passion there, you cannot. Now, when you have the passion, you've passed the first step, the first test. And then with that passion, you can now say, what do I have passion for? What can I solve? What kind of problem can I solve? So now when you begin to discover what you can solve, it could be maybe based on the skill you've acquired. It could be based on what you can do or anything. Then when you have discovered that particular thing that you like to do, for instance, myself, I remember when I got into writing, I had passion of solving, like my first book was on students passing their exams, godly success in academics, practical steps on how to succeed. So what was the first thing that got me into that? I told myself, I want to see students pass. That was the first thing. So I now told myself, okay, how do I do that? I've been going around teaching them from schools to school, and I discovered that if I teach and leave without dropping a guide, this guide, they can easily pick it up. Now, I now started transferring it into a manuscript, a written document that as I leave, they can easily go through it and pass. So as a novice, first, the passion will help you. When you have that passion, then you can now come and think of how to market that particular thing. How do you go about it? That's the second step, the how. So when, as a novice now, you now ask yourself, this thing that I have passion for, I want to start now, how much can I start it with? What and what are involved in doing that? You need to calculate it. Then you need to make a plan. Have your budget, make a plan. In case someone is coming in to help you as a novice, the person needs to see your structure. Write it down. Then the person has to see and know, okay, I want to get into baking, I want to get as an entrepreneur, and I want to get into bidding, I want to get into this, I want to handle a school, I want to handle computer system, maybe a academic. Then you have to write down the structure and then put in the prices, things that are needed to purchase to help you to achieve that particular goal. In case you have an investor or someone trying to help you out. As a starter, it might not really be easy, but you need to know where you are going and then get into action.
All right, thank you so much. Favor, let me come to you once again. Quickly enumerate the dimensions of entrepreneurship, or the types of entrepreneurship, the different spheres of it that people or different people can delve into.
Okay, when we talk about entrepreneurship, there are different types of it. And we have the innovative type, that is the people who create new products or services that are not already existing. And when we talk about these people, we talk about the Elon Musk, then we talk about the owner of Apple. And so they focus on originality. And then we also have another type of entrepreneur, the imitative type. And this type, of course, they are everywhere. They imitate, just as the name goes, they imitate what the other entrepreneurs, what they have done, and then they use it to build up theirs. Of course, we have a lot of them there. That's why sometimes you see a product, people are using it, they are calling it a name that is not that one. I don't know if you've discovered, I don't want to mention any name. That's because of the innovator who innovated that, and then the imitator, they came to imitate it, and now you're using the imitator's product, but you're referring it to be that of the innovator's own. Then we also have the small-scale entrepreneurs. Those ones, they focus on small-scale businesses. Then we also have lifestyle entrepreneurs. You can find those type of entrepreneurs, they're everywhere on social media. So you go to YouTube, they're focused on what they love to do, not necessarily the income that comes with it, but the fulfillment they get, the freedom that comes with it. And there are also other types of entrepreneurs, but I think I will leave it for
All right, yes. You have tried. Let's take it this way. Of course, we have established some facts.
Yeah.
First of all, we have been able to define what entrepreneurship is.
Yeah.
And we have also mentioned how to get started, like as a starter. We have also mentioned the dimensions of it.
Okay.
Now, Chidi, I want you to come in through telling us the special things about entrepreneurs. Why are they special? Why should someone hold on to entrepreneurship?
Okay. It's actually very important. Instead of waiting for a white-collar job, looking for someone that will employ you, it's actually good for someone to get into something. They are special because they do what others don't do. They take risk, and they get into a particular business or into a particular particular thing, and they scale in what they do. So they are special in a way that they try to avoid. They are the risk takers, that they take challenges, that are strong enough to handle a particular thing. And out there, they are being praised. They are being seen as very strong people. They are not just ordinary people. They are hardworking people. They are people that are always focused. So an entrepreneur is someone that will always come up with new things. They are always thinking. They are creative thinkers. They think. They think outside the box. They don't mingle and do what others are doing. They see opportunities where others are not seeing it. They might look at this cup. Ordinary person might just be seeing it as, this is for drinking water. No, but an entrepreneur comes in to see something different from what that person has seen. So they are special, they are unique in their own way, because they dare to do things. When others are, sitting back saying, I don't want to do this, I'm looking at the challenges, the risk, the things behind it, but they go for it. They do it and they conquer. So that's an entrepreneur. They dare to do things.
All right, Favor, from what Shidabere has explained, she's making me to understand that entrepreneurs are special people, a special set of, special class of people. Then how do they emerge? I'm asking you now. Is it by license? Is it by hereditary? Is it by training? How do they emerge?
Well, it can be learned. I don't believe that anyone is born with something, even though I've heard people, when they see me do certain things, they will say that I'm born this, I'm born that. But I believe that people can learn anything you want to be, you can learn it. But when it comes to entrepreneurs, it starts with passion, just as we said. It begins with it, and then it's not also enough for you to just come out without much learning. You have to learn. It's very important, and I think this has been mentioned earlier about learning, because a customer needs change. Technologies also, every time should I say upgrades. So you have to also upgrade yourself, because if you're not upgraded, you'll be outdated. So they are not just born like that. You have to learn. And when you learn, just keep learning and keep growing, so that when anything, for instance, what the services you've been rendering or your products are no longer needed, it can help you to make adjustments. That's adaptability, very important. So I think that is it. And of course, you have to have this resilient spirit, because that's what will help you. The journey of an entrepreneur is not an easy one, but when you are patient enough, when you imbibe this resilient spirit, it will help you in many ways.
When you are patient enough, it will help you in many ways. Our audience, thank you so much. It's good to know that you are still there. We are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke Television. I have wonderful guests here today on the studio. This is Ebere Chukwu. This is Favor Ebere Chukwu Nama. She is an author. She is the founder of the NGO Lead Youngsters Initiative.
Yes.
And then I have Chidebere Onwoka. She is a public speaker. She is also a writer. And then she is the ICT instructor with Queen's Model School in here. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Then quickly, Chidebere, at what age could a young person start being an entrepreneurship?
Okay.
An entrepreneur.
Okay. Like I heard her say, an entrepreneur, in my own understanding, there are some that are born with it. Now, in a family, you discover a child, a little child can just come up with something and, change it to another thing. That's innovative. That's being innovative, bringing into existence something that has not been there. There are some that are born with it, but for it to grow and mature in a way that it can yield profit, benefit people out there, it has to be nurtured, it has to be trained, and that is where what she says comes in. So I know there are people, because people have dialogued about that several times, are they born into that? I don't have this in me. That doesn't mean you cannot get into it, but the other way around, there are people that have it inside them. There are kids that I have one of my sons, like, he will always come up, he has a way of, dismantling things and fixing it again to become something else. He'll come and tell me, this is what I have done. And I look at him, I said, this boy is heading somewhere, as small as it is. So that leads me to your question. It doesn't really matter your age. I know little children that, in their school day, that's why in China now, they do practicals for those in primary classes, because they train them to construct this, construct that. It has nothing to do with age. It's all about your initiative, your brain, your mindset, your ability to come up with something. Because here, this side of our country, someone at 25, 20, you don't have anything doing, you're just sitting down. That's also mindset. You believe that I can't do this until I get to, maybe someone will tell you herself that until I get to like 30, 40, I become a big woman or big man, that's when I'll dive into entrepreneurship. No, it doesn't have a particular age. As long as you have the passion and you have what it takes to start it, kick off.
All right, Favor. I don't know if I'm right if I believe that entrepreneurship has to do with business and then creation of opportunities, making something that has not been there to start existing there. I don't know if I'm right to believe this. Now, if that is the case, what happens to somebody who doesn't have that charisma, a youth that doesn't have that in him? If he's not an entrepreneur, what is he?
Well, I actually do not believe that there's someone who doesn't have anything he or she can do. If you cannot, for instance, if you can't bake, you can design. If you can't design, there's always something that someone can do. So it's just about you discovering yourself. Discover yourself. It begins with self-discovering. When you discover yourself, when you look deep within you to find out that which you love to do, something that you just love to do without any pressure, then that's what you can do. You can build on it.
Okay. Chidebere, please educate us and our audience too on the challenges or possible challenges entrepreneurs face.
Okay. Thank you so much. Entrepreneurs face a lot of challenges, and that's why people sometimes run away from it. There's an acronym I came up with, FAMOX-PREP. That F there means the financial challenge. People always say, I don't have what it takes to start up. I don't have what it takes to start this. They look at the financial risk, the problem of setting it up, the money. I know what to do, but I don't have the money to start it. Then number two, they can also have the problem of what? Marketing, market operation, challenge. the ability to move out there to market what they have to people, and then market prices can change, it can fluctuate, it can go high, it can go down, and at that point, like, let me use myself as an example. My books now, as of last year, the books I published, the prices I published them with are no longer the price of the prices I'm using to publish it this year. And then my customers, the schools that I take it to, they are complaining that we increase the price of the books, and we also complain that the price of paper has increased, and people selling paper also complain. You see how it's going from this person to this person. So an entrepreneur always face the problem of marketing. They might change, and also operational challenge too. Someone can now say, how do I run this? I don't know how to run it. The logistics in running it. How do I come about this? Because the decisions you take in running your business or running any entrepreneurship work you've started matters a lot. There are decisions you can take that can destroy it, collapse it automatically. Then your personal challenges. There are people that can have problem of ill health, they don't have the strength. It's actually stressful most times. You see us go out there to, from one school to another, marketing our books or some other product, people move around marketing. Sometimes it can, it's time demanding, and sometimes it can be stressful. That's one of the challenges they can also face. And then strategy, how to strategize things. Sometimes, there might be competition out there. You're not only one, marketing your product. Like my book now, I have so many of them that have same book. But you have to, you have to come up with one that is more superior than their own. Convince them that your own is better than this. And that is the only way your own can be taken. So that strategic, challenge is also there. And then some other challenges that entrepreneurs face. But any entrepreneur who faces challenges and looking at the challenges cannot scale through. But as you are looking at the challenges and tell yourself, I have where I'm heading to, I can scale through, then those challenges won't be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One of the challenges you mentioned is it's always a problem to gather money to get started and possibly become an entrepreneur.
Yes.
But we'll come out from a short break, then we'll continue from there. Let us observe just a short break. We shall be right back.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you so much for being there. We are back from the short break. It's still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and our focus today is on entrepreneurship. And I have vibrant youth here who are, of course, doing justice to the topic. All right, by my left I have Favor Eberechukwu Nama, who is a writer and also the founder of the NGO Lead Youngsters Initiative. And then I have Chidebele Onwoka, who is a public speaker. She is a writer, and then she is the ICT instructor with Queen's Model Secondary School, Enugu here. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Before we went on the short break, we were talking about the challenges, or the possible challenges that entrepreneurs face as they journey along to become what they are. And one of the things you mentioned, Chidebere, is the ability to gather capital and as well at the appropriate time. Of course, that is a very big challenge. Then, Favor, how do you think a beginner who is a young person who wants to become an entrepreneur, who has listened to us now, but doesn't have the financial ability to get started, what's the advice to such a young person?
Thank you very much for the question. I think I would like to answer this using my own experience. Yes, before I used to write and organize programs with the NGO Lead the Youngsters Initiative, but at some point I decided to venture in a business, of course, small chops and fresh juice. I didn't have the capital because what I've been doing all my life, apart from my book, it's always organizing programs. Of course, others human development program, not something that gives you money, because sometimes I also use my own money to run my program. So the money wasn't there. It was a huge challenge to me, but that's what I want to do. And I also didn't bother, I didn't want to bother any family member, but I needed the money. Then what did I do? I started thinking. So I decided to write. I began to source for funds, asking people to help. And I received the help I needed. So what I'm trying to say is that a young person who wants to become an entrepreneur, but the money is not there, should not just relax. Stand up and seek for help. You can seek for this help. It could be from your family members. It could be from friends. It could be from social media, because even the help came from social media. Those people that used to view my programs and all that and do send me messages. Wow, you are doing a wonderful work. I like this, I like that, keep it up. So there are a lot of people willing to help young people who have this vision, who have this passion. Once they can see the passion in you and your readiness to start up something, they are willing to help. And then there are also some NGOs like Tony Elumelu Youth Foundation. I believe that organizations like that can also help. And then the person can also approach a mentor. You can source for help from a mentor. And I've also seen people raise funds for people, young ones, via social media. They could also help. But then it's not enough for you to just go on someone's comment and just write, I need 5K to start this. No. When you're sourcing for fund, put it into writing. It's very important. Writing is very important. Put it into writing. Let them see your vision. Let them see what you really want to do. Let them see that readiness in you to start something. They will help you. And some religious organizations also do raise funds to support people, even though some abused it and some of them stopped. So I think that is
You have done well. You have done wonderfully well.
But then, if you can actually start, even without money, even though it's difficult to start without
money.
Yes. Yes, it's
Can
difficult.
you make out something from that? All right. We are coming to that.
Maybe your relationship with the suppliers, right?
Exactly, your relationship
with your suppliers.
Yes, I want to talk about
us out on how somebody can make out something out of nothing.
Okay.
But before then, Favor has mentioned several ways she received help. She was writing, she did programs online, she asked people for money, family members, and she got it from all of those places. But there are some people I know that they don't, even they seek help from people, they don't get it. There are people like that. Then we're talking about money here, especially in this economic situation. Now, Chidabero, tell us what you believe in what Favor has said, that you can actually start with nothing, starting something with nothing. That's my confusion there.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, someone can just laugh when she says starting something, but I know it's very much possible. It's possible because something just dropped in my mind when she was saying that. Okay, apart from making, let me ask what she said, getting personal savings, because those youths that want to start this, I want to get into entrepreneurship, you know, sometimes they might have little money, but they don't think that particular money is for setting up their businesses. They might think it's for maybe buying of their clothes, you know, attending to their personal needs. So I want to let them understand that if you really want to get into this business, get into entrepreneurship, you need to start making savings. You need to know how to handle your income. Some of these young ones out there, they spend money on credit, making calls, spend money on, you know, irrelevant things. I want to buy the latest shoe, I want to buy the latest this, just for show, not for any other thing. They're not thinking of how to get something in return, because an entrepreneur is also looking at profit making. Not just starting something, but making profit out of what you've started. So that is for this. Then let me come to what she said. You know, you can start something without anything. Now, for we writers now, I remembered I had nothing
when I was about starting, I met with one of my mentors. She mentioned mentorship. So one of my mentors to who, right, I explained to him. I said, how much do you have? I said, so this, I don't have much. That this cannot even go, it cannot even carry me to anywhere. I cannot make anything out of this particular thing I have. So he said, okay, I'm going to link you up. That's where relationship comes in. So I'm going to link you up to someone. Relationship is as strong as finance. There are people that you've built relationship with. They can, in their own name, they can use their name and get product for you. While you sell, you remit the money. You give the money to, the supplier. So that is what I think when she says you can start something with nothing. Like if it is maybe bonds, juice, or anything you can make, people can supply you. Those suppliers, those people selling can give you, okay, we are giving you this based on trust. You are starting with nothing. Let's give you this based on trust, or based on relationship we've gathered, we have with you. Then you can start. And once they try you, she said something that churches started something and people started abusing it. If they give you that privilege, that is leveraging an opportunity. If they give you that privilege of giving you something that you return back as you make sale, and they discover you did not return it, you've closed that door. And that is where people mix out. So, but I know of those that I can start, because I'm a living witness. You can start with something based on relationship. They can give you that. I know my printer, most times I'll owe him. I'll tell him, okay, when I supply to schools, as soon as they pay me, I'll pay you. And that's how we've been doing it. And once they pay me, I'll give it to him. Then the next time when I come back to him, he will always give me, because at times he might have an idea, I want to start something, but the finance, the capital is not there at all. So in that case, you can start up when you have a relationship with that person. Can give you, and then you can give him back when the money comes.
All right. Let us quickly bring it back to the relationship between acquiring a skill and being an entrepreneur. Are they the same? What's the relationship there?
Acquiring a skill and being an entrepreneur. Okay, when you acquire a skill and then you bring your skill to reality, that's an entrepreneur. But then the skill we're talking about, I think I discovered that we've been mentioning something products. Being an entrepreneur is not only about having a product. You can render services, just like when I mentioned lifestyle as a type of entrepreneur. You can render services. For instance, an individual who wants to own a school, that's an entrepreneur. You want to own a school. That is also an entrepreneur. You are rendering services. You are teaching people. Do you get that
and
now?
The services are paid.
Yes, and you are being paid for that. So the skill must not be product. It must not be physical product. For instance, I'm a teacher. I teach phonics and diction. So I can say I'm an entrepreneur. Do I have products? Of course I have products, but it's not physical products. And it's a skill. Because if you can read, that's phonics. And if you can speak, that's diction. We are talking about skills here. So you learn a skill and you are an entrepreneur. All you need to do is just to, because whatever you do, it should help you to make impact on the lives of people out there. And as you are making impact on the lives of people out there, you are also creating worth for yourself. So I think, I don't know if
in meeting young people,
in
what you do.
Meeting young people. Wow, I've had so many experiences because meeting young people, I noticed that when they see me, especially those that have walked up to me, those that have called me, those that have sent messages and all that, I noticed that it do motivate them. I remember when I wrote my first book, Ideal Woman, and then I used to engage myself with it. I met a lot of them. And they will say, wow, you did this? They are motivated. It quickens them to look into themselves to find out what is it that they can do. Some were not even about writing. It could be about some other thing. They are challenged. Since I have seen someone young that has done this, I too can do it.
Let me quickly ask you this question. Is there any way you can use what you are doing to get young people to becoming entrepreneurs?
Yes.
Okay.
It's about using what I'm doing to get them to becoming an entrepreneur.
Yes.
I do so many things. So which one are you talking about?
I don't know all of the things you do. All right, thank you so much. I'm coming back to you.
Okay.
Then, Chidabere,
Okay.
you are now city instructor
Okay.
in a school. That tells me that you meet a lot of young people also.
I do.
Then how to translate what you do into making those young people become entrepreneurs? But start from your experience you've gathered meeting them.
Okay, thank you so much. As an ICT instructor, I train them on different computer packages, like Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, CorelDRAW, and the rest of them. We go into designing and the rest of them. And then I train them on how to, handle system, system operation. So the encounter I've had with most of them is that after teaching them, taking them on these trainings, they go out there to set up theirs. They start training others too. Now, I've helped them several occasions to, to learn some of those packages. And I heard one of them saying, because of this, I was able to write my exam very well. And I was able to, get 5 others. I trained them on how to, use the system. I trained them on how to, these days, everything is digitalized. I recently learned that WAEC is also going to be CBT, computer-based. JAM is already CBT, and the rest of them. So with this, they have been able to gather the knowledge on computer, on how to operate the system, how to use it. And then those of them that are into online marketing as a part of an entrepreneur, this is also what we help them, because an online marketer, an online marketer, digital marketing, cannot get into that. You cannot be involved in that fully if you don't have any knowledge on ICT. So this is what I do. I teach them that, and with that knowledge, they have been able to get into online marketing as an entrepreneur.
That is wonderful. Good enough, our topic for today is entrepreneurship. Again, I am seated with entrepreneurs. Not only that, it didn't stop there. I am also seated with makers of other entrepreneurs, and that is wonderful. You can see the chain linking from this to this. All right, let me ask you this. What is the possibility of different entrepreneurs synergizing to achieve a goal? Is there a possibility to work together to achieve a goal? Let's hear from you, Favor.
Yes, they can work together to achieve a goal, and this goal, it's about putting heads together to achieve what only one person could not have achieved on their own. And how do they do this? You do it by collaborating. You collaborate, you share ideas together, and then you come together to do things. For instance, I can do this and you can do this. We can work together. Let me use an example of McDonald's. When McDonald's wanted to dominate meals, and then the Coca-Cola wanted to take over the soft drinks, what did they do? So instead of them competing, they came together, that to the extent that, because there was a time I do ask myself this question: why is it that whenever I see a plate of whatever it is, a plate of food, there must be Coca-Cola products there? Why is it so? So I think it started from there, to the extent that in any meal you see, there is a soft drink. So 2 of them came together. They came together to achieve what only one person could not have achieved. And of course, we know about this. I do not think that there's any place that you go, you can't hear about Coca-Cola products. So.
All right, thank you so much. Chidabere, I know that between now and maybe say 5 or 10 years, you must have trained a lot of entrepreneurs. Then let me ask you this. Have you ever thought of collaborating with another or more other entrepreneurs to achieve an ultimate goal?
Sure. That has been my desire, and I have team spirit, because as an entrepreneur, you can't really get much. Just like you said, you can't really get much. If you collaborate with others, it will give you, more opportunity to gather more. Even the scripture says one will chase 1,000. to tens of thousands. So you have a lot to achieve. When many people come together, putting in their energy, you share risk together. So in the next 5 years, I desire to collaborate with more people, you know, in all that I do, because it's going to help me. Why people don't like to collaborate? Because they think they can do it all. But at the end of the whole thing, their business collapses. So when you collaborate with others, you have a team spirit, accepting others, this person's strength, this person's strength. When they come together, you get a higher strength. You get, you know, massive product. You get more things. You acquire more things, more knowledge, more idea. And then you move out there, just like she has used Coca-Cola as an example. Not just the product. There are other area of services, like someone who owns a school can gather more teachers. Teachers coming together, it is your school. As the owner, it's your school, but they can bring their ideas, different ideas, and the school is moving. Now, me as an ICT instructor, I can get other designers, people who are into this, into digital marketing, who are into corridor graphic design, and when we have a work, I can put in my idea, this person can put, and we come up with something better that the world can enjoy, and then our profit will be increasing.
All right, that's wonderful, and I want that profit to increase.
Amen.
So
Thank
that
you.
I will also benefit in my own way.
Thank you.
All right, Favor, as your parting words, speak to a young person who is there, who does not have interest in entrepreneurship.
Who doesn't have interest? Well, I want to tell you out there that the journey of an entrepreneur is an exciting one. It's very exciting. You can imagine when you become your own boss. You set the goals, you walk on your path, you make decisions, you execute, and you work on your schedules. It's an exciting one. So I really encourage you to become an entrepreneur. It's something that you will love to do. It will give you more than what traditional jobs would have given to you. And of course, your earning depends on the success of your business, which means that if you are giving, of course, the success of your business depends on the value you are dishing out, which means if you are dishing out a little value, little income comes to you, and when you are dishing out high value, high income comes to you. So you that do not have any desire of becoming an entrepreneur, I encourage you to look within you, find out that thing that you can do, especially if you do not have any work right now. And even if you have, having something, another extra income is something that anyone should welcome. So please, find out your passion, that which you can do, that which you love to do, and then see vision. And
thank you so much. Thank you so
bring
much,
in
Favor.